60, sorry, 69.
64 plus.
64 plus. That's usual, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Once it gets going, I always say after the first 3 bounds and it's really started, it's settles down.
Good afternoon and welcome to the third and final day of the Haringey Box Cup here at Alexandra Palace. The first bout, first final of the final day underway now in Ring A. It's a ring with a white canvas at the bottom of your screen. The boxer in red, in the red corner, Tanya Dady from Earlsfield in southwest London. She's up against Lise Sandybar from Parkelle, Stockholm in the blue corner. Dady is the reigning English national champion in this female elite class, 48 kilos, light flyweight. But in Sandybar, she has an extremely impressive opponent who looked at quality in her semi-final yesterday. Dady is busy, throwing plenty of punches and actually keeping the pressure on her opponent from Stockholm. Having a good start to this first final. $391 boxers weighed in for the Box Cup on the first day on Friday. That makes it one of the biggest, or the biggest boxing tournament in Europe, more even than in the Olympic Games. A huge range of entrants from elite boxers to youth, and youth categories and the less experienced. Those 390 boxers have now, by the final date, been whittled down, but we still have 80 bouts to go across the 4 rings in the Great Hall at Alexandra Palace. So there's still plenty of action to come. Boxing's underway in Ring A, but when it starts in the 3 other rings, you'll be able to select the stream to watch on londonlive.co.uk. And at 1 PM, the Box Cup will be going live on the channel on your television. Sandybar has come out aggressively in the second round, pushing Dady backwards, trying to stop the constant attacks that had been coming her way. Sandybar has been switching stances very easily. One moment in the orthodox position, that's leading with your left hand, and then switching to southpaw, that's having your right hand in front, which is unusual and should make it confusing for our opponent Dady. Sandybar is being aggressive, trying to land hard, clean punches on Dady. And those are the kind of punches she's hoping will have caught the eye of the judges in the second round. Dady is from Earlsfield, one of London's top clubs that's produced many national champions in recent years, as well as Dady herself this year, 2015, only a couple of years ago. Earlsfield has 3 winners in the memorable ABA finals at York Hall. One of those winners was current #1 GB super heavyweight Joe Joyce. Dady up to punch output at the start of the third round and was snagging Sandy Burr a few clean shots at the start, but now Sandy Burr's trying to fight her way onto the front foot and has 3 good shots, prodding Dady back with her jab. Well contested bout, this one, and a good one to start off the day. Heads leaning in there. You can get away with that when you're wearing head guards, which is what female boxers do. But later on, we'll see that the senior males, they fight without head guards now. They've changed the rules, which means cuts are now much more of a factor. Boxers have to get out of the habit of leaning in, heads bumping against each other, because if you get a cut, that can really hamper you, especially over the course of a long tournament. Sandy Burr has a fight on her hands. She's taking some damage there. Neither boxer is bothering to take a seat between the rounds, which I suppose is slightly unusual. Both have worked with, well, pretty high work rate from both. So it's sign there's good fitness, good stamina. These are serious athletes. Sandy Burr caught a flush to start the 4th and last round. Dady's coach, Manny Staples, in the corner, is just urging her on, demanding more work. He must know this bout is up for grabs. Sandy Butt is getting these long shots in as she charges forward. Pushing the Earlsfield boxer back. Good sign for Sandy Butt, but she has been shipping shots as well as she comes forward. Daly's even decided to switch stances, catching her with a lead right hook there. Certainly Daly hasn't found Sandy Butt awkward or hard to get to grips with. Probably doesn't appreciate having her head pushed back there. And Sandy Butt's right goes over the top. Very hard for close bout, that one. But it might have been the boxer from Stockholm in the blue corner who landed the slightly more clean, slightly more eye-catching shots. But we'll see how the judges have it momentarily. Nervous wait for the boxers after a close one like that. The judges have made their decision. We're just waiting for the ring announcer to make it over to ring A. Of course, he has 3 other rings that he needs to be constantly circling. Well, the poor boxers have been having quite a long wait, but the ring announcer has made it across the Great Hall from the other rings here to ring 8, so we'll find out who the first champion at the 2015 Haringey Box Cup is. So, Lee's Sandy Butt won the unanimous decision. And I'm now joined by Chris Lloyd. Chris, nervous wait for both boxes there.
Yeah, good afternoon, John. It was indeed a nervous wait, a long, long wait. I mean, not so bad perhaps in the quarterfinals, but in the finals, certainly the anticipation builds and builds, and that was a good 5 minutes they were there for. But I think Lisa Sanderberg, over the course of the 3 days, at least that we've seen, was a worthy winner of that 48 kilo category. She looked unstoppable yesterday, but she was put to the test, I'd say, more than any others by Tanya Dardi today.
Yep, I was really impressed by Dardi because I thought Sandy Bird looked, well, not impossible to beat, but very, very good in her semi-final. Very slick, but Dardi never really gave her a chance to settle and just showed the value of fitness and work rate as well, because that really gave the switch hitting Sandy Bird problems early on in the bout. But the hard, clean shots of Sandy Bird was what made the difference and got her the decision.
Well, terrific way to kick off the action this afternoon here on londonlive.co.uk. You're watching, listening to Ring 8, one of 4 live streams on londonlive.co.uk this afternoon. All the action from the 80 finals will be broadcast on the web. 20 of them on Ring 8 will be broadcast live on London Live, channel 117 on Sky from 1 o'clock. So tune in. Charlie Webster, Steve Bunce, and a number of the other team members will be in our studio up on the balcony. You may have seen us earlier up there on the London Live news and lunch programme at about 12 o'clock. And over the last couple of days, terrific studio, great location, and we're sitting ringside for the second final of the evening, or the afternoon rather, not evening yet. It's the Youth A bout, 56 kilos. We've seen Frankie Cleary, Olympic Galway, Bradley Strand and Kirby. Bell sounds for round number 1. Cleary there in the red corner, Bradley Strand in the blue. 3 3-minute rounds.
This should be a good one. Cleary's, even though he's a youth, he's been getting quite a lot of international experience. So he's one of Ireland's top prospects. And Bradley Strand, you know, he looked quality in his semi-final as well. Punched quite hard for a youth lightweight and can punch well in combination.
He's working behind the jab well at the moment, Strand. Picked a nice few shots in the opening 30 seconds.
I like that uppercut from Strand. It just missed, but it was a dangerous shot.
Just boxing on the outside, Cleary putting a little bit of pressure on him. Too much at this early stage. Nice lead left hook from him. Strand again with that uppercut. Cleary responds with a burst of 3 shots. Bradley Strand backs up onto the ropes. Well, perhaps a little shot just coming off the break there. Got to watch that. This will mean a lot to 2 young men who've had a grueling 3 days of competition, not inside the ring, but outside as well. They've weighed in 3 times as of Friday morning. And John, that must be difficult when you're having to watch your weight, knowing that you've got to refuel after a bout, and naturally you would put on an extra 2 or 3 pounds after a weigh-in. With these lads, they've got to make sure that if they are on the upper end of a limit, that they don't do that.
Absolutely, that is one of the challenges of tournament boxing and of international boxing. You've got to make your weight every morning, day after day. And in this tournament, it's 3 days in a row, which isn't easy. At a bigger international, you know, that can be over the course of, you know, a couple of weeks. And it's quite different as well in, say, some of the national championships. You might box every weekend, every other weekend, so you can maybe get away with being big for the weight, crashing a little bit, and then replenishing your reserves. But if you try and do that 2 days in a row or 3 days in a row, that can really take it out of you.
So I suppose in preparation for a competition like this, it would be better to come in right at the lower end of the limit so that you can refuel as much as you need to, and you've got sort of 6 or 7 pounds to play with upwards rather than coming in at the upper end of the limit. That might be the more sensible option to go for.
It depends. You don't want to be too small for the weight. You don't want to be too depleted. But if you stay as close to your fighting weight, at all times, really. I know on the GB international squad they expect them to be within their, within a certain range of their weight. I'm not exactly quite sure how much, but it's something like 5%, off, to be on it at all times, so they don't find themselves being drained if they've been making weight throughout the course of a tournament at the later stages.
Well, 2 lads who have gone through the process and made it through to the final of this 56 kilo bout. And, round 1, Bradley Strand picked some nice clean shots, but was put under periods of pressure by Frankie Cleary. Interesting to see how this one develops. Strand, as we said, with the blue head guard, the blue gloves and the maroon vest and shorts. Frankie Cleary all in red. Again, just stalking his opposite man, walking him down as they lock up in the centre of the ring. The referee telling him to box out of it. Cleary landing 2 or 3 short hooks on the inside. Traditionally, body shots, John, putting rounds in the bank in the pro game, trying to slow the legs down. What does it do when you take a few solid shots to the body?
I think they're probably the worst punches to take, especially if you have that sort of delayed reaction that can really, suck the air out of your lungs. Obviously it's the headshots that are eye-catching, but good body shot can be one of the most effective in the sport.
So again, lots of movement from Strand, and a lovely 1-2 just through the centre of the guard there, through the uppercut, narrowly missed. And all the walking down Frankie Cleary's doing, just feel like some of the eye-catching work and movement from Bradley Strand is really looking impressive so far. Well, a nice left hook from Cleary.
This is quality from both. At 56 kilos, it's been a strong weight division in Britain and Ireland for a number of years recently. The last
Joe Nevin as well.
Exactly, yeah. The last Olympic final at bantamweight at 56 was boxed between an Englishman and an Irishman. Luke Campbell versus John Joe Nevin.
Terrific final that was as well. It's nice work. Look at that Bradley Strand just keeping it at long range, and with an opponent's walking you down, not easy always to do that.
No.
And the bell goes, end of the second round. Really nice, high quality encounter, just the sort of level that we expected in anticipation of this one, and signifying that we are looking at the 2 best in this bantamweight category this year.
Yeah, and it just shows that the youth divisions here are really worth watching as well as the elite, because there's some really classy boxers that we're seeing, and these are the boxers that in a couple of years' time we're going to be seeing at the sort of major international competitions.
Well, Frankie Cleary from Olympic Galway, he's on his feet first, ready to go for this 3rd and final round. Bradley Strand just taking his time, getting as much oxygen as possible, and last bits of advice for his final round of the competition. Just 3 minutes stand in the way between one of these young lads and the Haringey Box Cup 2015 bantamweight gold medal. Bradley Strand just moving off to his left-hand side, avoids a hook and another. It's good from him, takes the right off the gloves. Strand's put on a decent display of how to control distance and space in the opening 2 rounds. And maintain that in this 3rd. Nice work from him there. And again, nice feint there, just brought Cleary onto that 1-2 combination. And Cleary throwing some solid left hooks, but a lot of them covered up on the gloves of Bradley Strand.
It's getting a bit wild, Cleary, maybe rushing things a little bit. Probably feels he's trailing behind here.
course, a difficult position to be in when you are in a bout as important as this, and you know you're behind going into the final round. I guess it make you just rush your work a little bit because you're chasing after something that you feel may be slipping away.
Yeah, yeah. And when you start rushing, when you start chasing, like you say, that's when you can leave yourself open. And Strand's caught him coming in. A few nice straight shots down the middle.
Nice double jab from Strand and a right hand through the guard. Really classy stuff from Kirby ABC man.
Cleary should really keep his ears open to hear the referee saying break. He sort of swung a few punches on the break. Actually, Strand's movements is good. Ooh. Tempted there.
It was indeed. Is it a case of one boxer throwing nice straight shots down the middle, John, and another just swinging a little bit wild and wide, perhaps?
Yeah.
Well, great 3 rounds between these two young men who've proved their worth not just this afternoon but over the last 3 days. We'll go to the judges' scorecards, find out the winner of the bantamweight category here at the Haringey Box Cut. Well, we hope you're enjoying this coverage online. As we said, it will start on London Live around 1 o'clock. Studio chat will commence and they will throw to some action around about 20 past, so I'm told. But in the meantime, you can catch all of the action, all 4 of the rings, here on londonlive.co.uk. So have a look through the stream, see if there's anything else. There will only be commentary on Ring A. We go to the result between these two. The ring announcer, Dan O'Sullivan. I think a split points decision, probably indicative of a close and well-boxed bout, and well, that's a real shame there. I think Frankie Cleary perhaps disappointed he didn't get decision, but sportsmanship really is paramount at this level, and well, there wasn't too much shown there by Cleary, and I think Strand disappointed that there wasn't a nicer exchange at the end of that one. That's a bit of a shame. But
emotions do run high. I'm surprised most boxers are so sporting after they lose.
I'd say I was surprised to see Adrian Broner with a good show of sportsmanship after his defeat last night. Applauded Sean Porter in there. Bout went over 12 rounds over in the States, and he's not someone that you'd necessarily associate with the best of sportsmanship, but yeah, it was nice to see.
He might have undone that. I think there might have been some run-in with Sean Porter's father afterwards, so that brief glimmer of sportsmanship has maybe faded.
That spark has been extinguished.
But it is amazing that for the most part in boxing, you'll see, you know, the two boxers really going for it during the course of a contest, and then as soon as the final bell tolls, they're surprisingly, you know, warm to one another when things can get vicious during the course of a bout.
Well, as soon as the last one ended, the next has commenced, moving up a weight category now to 64 kilos. Still in the youth category, and it's an A-class bout. Kane Corby from Earlsfield, George James Jago from Ring in Bracknell. And John, just for the listeners and viewers watching at home, when we talk about the Class A, B and C, just give us a rough idea of what that relates to in terms of the skill level that we see in the ring.
It's basically experience and the number of bouts you've had. So Class A will be basically open class, elite. You can have as many bouts as you want. It's got to be over a certain number. I think 20 in this tournament, and then the lower classes will be under 20. You know, and see less experience than that. And it does make a big difference. It's actually, you know, quite a steep learning curve when you go beyond 5 bouts to 10 bouts. And when you get to 20, you are, you know, considerably more experienced. There's so many things that you can only pick up when you're in the ring. Boxing really in a competitive contest, even sparring replicates it. But you learn so much more from the bouts itself that there's a marked difference between boxers who have had 20 or 40 bouts. So there's some very experienced boxers in this tournament, and some of the top internationals, the kind of boxers you'll see at the Olympic Games. These are people who have had hundreds of bouts.
Two young men at the more experienced end of the youth category. Kane Corby in the red corner, those sky blue shorts, the red vest. George James Jago from Ring in Bracknell with the white vest, white shorts and the blue headguard. Really some really solid shots being thrown in here, and both men meeting in the centre of the ring. Neither too keen to move on to the back foot as of yet, John.
No. And Jago's club ring, it's a new gym actually, quite recently founded, but it's already been churning out champions. Whereas Earlsfield, Orby's gym, has a much longer history and is very well established in London. This sort of interesting duel between the two different gyms as well.
Well, it's an aggressive start from both young men. Corby leads with the right and puts the left hand on the back of it. Almost from a switch hitting southpaw stance that was. It was interesting. Through the right as a lead, but then almost through the left as a backhand.
Yeah, the way he followed it up. It's a good sign. He's been putting weight into his punches. The ones that have landed, even the jabs, have landed hard. He's driving Jago back.
I say he's a man that really has got to be driven back, Jago. This is the first time really we've seen him move and he's back to the ropes. That was a nice right hand from Kane Corby. There wasn't much to separate them in the early part of the round, and just as this one's began to progress, Corby has certainly been the boss of a few of the exchanges and managed to back his man up first. I don't know how much there is into that to be read into, but good start from both men. And Kane Corby will go back to his, I'm sure, maybe perhaps a little bit happier than George Jago.
Yeah, but Jago was still quite often meeting him punch for punch. And both seems a bit of speed and power.
Absolutely, certainly a noticeable difference in power sitting ringside compared to the last one, and really only going up 8 kilos, which is a lot really in layman's terms, but in boxing terms it is quite a big step.
Yeah, I think so. There's a, you know, as you move up through the weights, obviously you start seeing more. You tend to expect more power to come in as they go up in size and the speeds go down.
Slightly more tentative opening to the second before the action explodes into life. Raiding tactics from both boxers here, just taking their time and kind of punch at the same time as each other. That was a nice combination from Jago. So I think Corby has met with a combination from the ring man.
And every now and again, Corby's sort of screwed in his backhand, his right hand. And that means you sort of snuck that through Jago's guard. That might be quite a useful weapon for him.
Some nice work on the inside from Corby as well. Short uppercut, jab to the body. Showing good variety early. There's been a better start as well from George Jago, so heating up nicely this one. Jago just looks towards the referee as Corby holds on. Nice right hand over the top from Kane Corby, throwing that one over the jab. And both boxers having little spells of success in the second round.
Absolutely, yeah. much every time Corby sort of lands one of those nice eye-catching right hands, Jago's right there coming back at him.
So the second round of the third of some 20 bouts, 20 finals this afternoon in Ring A. Here in Great Hall in Alexandra Palace. One round between either Kane Corby or George Jago and Haringey Box Cup gold medal. And certainly not a great deal to pick between these two. That second round was real back and forth, and feel that everything rides on a good last round for one of these two men if we are to go to the scorecards.
Yeah, you think Corby might be the more confident after the second round? I think he's sort of might be finding his timing a little bit more, but you'd have to make sure of it in the third.
Well, it's on the bottom left there. One last pep talk from Kane Corby's corner man. Who can produce the goods in these final 3 minutes? Nice couple of lead right hands from Corby, but then Jago responds with 2 hooks to the head to even things out. Both men poised, ready to pounce. Corby spinning his man onto the ropes with a little bit too much gusto, and protests from the corner of George Jago have led to the referee to just have a word with the man in the red corner.
You sometimes get that when both boxers are really going for it, so sort of, you know, upping their work rate, charging in, trying to, you know, catch the eye in the final round. They can sort of just crash into each other and end up in a few more clinches than we've seen before. So it gets a bit untidy.
The right eye of Kane Corby, just a little bit of swelling there. I'm not sure whether that's from just the general competition over the last couple of days. Well, the left eye, I beg your pardon. So one of those right hands from Jago has got through and landed, causing a little bit of swelling. Just see that one starting to close up a little bit now, John, and it's closed up quite considerably right in front of our very eyes. With good combination lands from Kane Corby.
You don't see that too often with the head guard on. It's quite hard to, you know, with the glove as well. So obviously there's some power coming at him from Jago.
Power and accuracy from Jago, and he lands another right again. Clearly that's a shot that's been working well for him.
This thing, if Corby's left eye closes a little bit, might make it a touch harder to see the right hands coming in.
You just see as they move over to our commentary position ringside, the eye is just watering a little bit there as well. I don't think enough at this stage to be troubling him too much in terms of vision, but as you say, we're looking at a 12-round contest. That could swell up more and more, but we are at the end point of that 60-kilo final. And nice to see the two lads embrace in the middle, and smiles as well.
They both know that was a good bout.
It was indeed, and I just wonder who has snuck the judge's decision there. Either way, it's certainly a case to be argued for either boxer in there, really.
Yeah, I thought Jago had a strong finish. Could actually all come down to how the judges saw the first round. If you think the second went Corby's way, third might have gone Jago's way.
On the bottom of your screen there, with his back to you, just leaning over the desk there, Dan O'Sullivan, one of the organisers of the competition, a member of the Haringey Police Box Club, coach there as well, and one of the organisers this weekend, a busy man indeed. He's going around doing all of the ring announcements this afternoon, and he'll be just having a look at those scores as they're collated and the final decision is made. Nervous times for George Jago there on your screen. Well, I think it was going to be understandable disappointment for whoever didn't get the decision there, really. Both men worthy of being the winner, but of course there can only be one, and Kane Corby was exceptional in that first round. Jago pushed him all the way to the wire, and it was a split decision reflective of a very close contest.
Close, and they really put the effort in. A lot of punches were thrown, most of them fairly hard as well.
Terrific contest, so congratulations to Kane Corby from Earlsfield. He becomes the 64 kilo Haringey Box Cup winner for 2015. And you see the wide shot of the Great Hall here in Alexandra Palace. It's a terrific venue here with 4 rings and simultaneous operation. Some task, I can assure you, with and as always, swiftly on to the next one. It's Senior A 52 kilo category bout. First of the senior finals in Ring A. This one will be contested between Ryan Gibbons from the City of Hull and Matthew Windle from Jewellery Quarter. For those of you watching online, we'll be switching over to London Live, Sky Channel 117 in around about 15 minutes time, just a little bit before. You'll be able to see our ugly mugs on the box and hear what we've got to say and what we've got coming up this afternoon as well. So do feel free to switch over, but of course you will be able to catch us online as well, whatever your choice is. But right now, a big final ahead. Ryan Gibbons from the City of Hull, coached by his father there in the corner. And his opponent, Matthew Windle, in the blue corner.
And Matthew Windle in the blue, as well as being a boxer, he's also a poet.
Is he really?
Yep, he was the Birmingham Young Laureate a few years ago. Does his poetry in the mornings and boxing training.
Where do you get your facts from?
Twitter mainly.
The last boxer I heard to be involved in poetry, believe it or not, was Nikolai Valuev.
No, he wasn't.
I promise you, poetry and painting were his pastimes. And we're away here. The Senior A 52 kilo category. Ryan Gibbons, City of Hull. Just all in black and a white trim on the shorts, and opponent Matthew Windle all in white with the blue shorts. Speaking to Gibbons, his father earlier on Friday, talked about the sort of split investment he had as a coach and as a father, and the nerves of course, putting his son into an event, watching him box. He said it never quite goes away, even though you're used to the sparring and you're used to seeing him take the shots. He said it just never quite leaves you, that paternal instinct. And a number of fathers that we've seen, John, are in that coaching role. Both here this afternoon in the professional game as well, and it seems that bond between father and son can actually be a great thing for a boxer.
Yeah, it can be really successful. Almost no one would understand a boxer better than his own father. It doesn't work all the time. There have been some famous fallouts between father and son, none more famous than the tempestuous relationship with between Floyd Mayweather and his father. But
and between a young lad that boxed here, Chris Eubank Jr. and his father, not necessarily fallouts, but perhaps suggestions that the conflicts between Chris Eubank Sr. and Ronnie Davis have perhaps got in the way, and specifically in the bout against Billy Joe Saunders a little while ago. Some people think that the outcome could have been a little bit different had Eubank Sr. not been the one delivering the instructions. So I suppose it goes here and there, but we did meet a man who had a very, very successful father and coach relationship, and that was Joe Kawasaki on Friday. And well, what a terrific story that is as well.
Absolutely, and there's so many that you can think of. Just this weekend, Sean Porter was trained by his father, and then Danny Garcia is probably the most outspoken father in boxing.
Absolutely,
Angel Garcia, but it works really well for him because it sort of takes the pressure off Danny.
And in the case of Amir Khan, it actually got under his skin and ended up with Khan trying to finish things a little bit too early, being a little bit too gung-ho. And you just wonder if that was a result of his dad just getting under his skin a little bit, biting during the weigh-ins, the press conferences, and just riled Khan a little bit and ended up losing that in emphatic fashion. So I suppose it goes both ways. We just see there the chat there between Ryan Gibbons and his father. It's nice, calm advice, whatever it is. We haven't got audio in the corners, but he looks nice and controlled. Of course, a southpaw, the right hand leading forwards. Opponent Matthew Windle boxing out of the orthodox stance with the left hand leading forwards. Some sharp combinations from Gibbons. He's caught with the right hand there. Because the right hand is the shot traditionally that works well against the southpaw. Speaking to his father on Friday, John, he said just what a huge inspiration the Olympic bantamweight champion Luke Campbell has been, of course, from the city of Hull. Got that big match with Tommy Coyle lined up for the summer, and again that Olympic effect of a hero coming out of a town and making these young men and women believe that they could be the next ones in 4 or even 8 years' time. Yeah,
it's really helped boost boxing in Hull. You've seen young kids flooding the amateur boxing clubs in Hull. And there'll be a huge event coming up on the 1st of August, Craven Park, which is just crazy to think that Luke Campbell, Tommy Coyle, not even for the British title, is going to draw potentially 20,000 people to an outdoor event in Hull. Though in Birmingham, boxing's coming back. There's some top Birmingham fighters, not just Frankie Gavin, but Cal Yafai on his way up, Gamal Yafai. There was a big pro show in Birmingham a few weeks ago. There'll hopefully be another later on in the year.
Of course, Cal Yafai missed out on his Olympic place in 2012 to Andrew Selby, I think, in that British best of 3 box off 2011, and turned pro. He's had some success as a professional since then. In 2 cities north of London, and at the moment a really enthralling contest. Gibbons just moving around to his left-hand side. Traditionally the best way to move against an orthodox boxer, because you are walking into the path of that right hand, but the end of the second round goes. Just generally, what are your thoughts on this one so far?
Very impressed by both, really. Neither of them are getting caught up in clinches. There's both are sort of working well with their opponent's style. Given southpaw stance hasn't really bothered Windle. Quite like the way Windle's been coming forward, but fast shots from his opponent in the red corner have been catching him. I just wonder if we're going to be seeing Windle turning professional later on after this. Often the Box Cup, it's an opportunity for boxers to get themselves noticed, get their name out there, especially as it's sort of the final big event of the domestic season. We saw Chris Eubank Jr., speaking of Eubanks earlier, Chris Eubank Jr. had his final amateur contest here and then turned pro after that.
Of course, the Olympic route is not for everybody, and it's not an option that just becomes available for everybody. And I suppose once you feel that cycle has maybe passed you by, you've got to wait another 4 years, and in those 4 years you can get some very, very good experience as a professional and take your time, work your way up, and almost come in after those 4 years as the same level who might come off the back of an Olympic win. But anyway, here the action really getting spicy to Gibbons and Windle. Windle now trying to press the action. Gibbons just looking nice and composed on the back foot, trying to keep the distance between him and his opposite man. Oh, lovely combination from Gibbons. Just moves off to his right-hand side. Windle still pressuring, trying to dig into the body. Gibbons looks well conditioned and someone who's taking some heavy fire. A measure of composure about him. Took a right hand there, but certainly professional boxing display from the city of Hull man so far. The judges will favour in this situation, John. Pressure, or clean shots picked, and composure that Gibbons is showing at the moment.
Could well be the clean shots that the judges are looking for. Gibbons has been landing some real quality left hands. He's drilled it down the middle a couple of times. But Windle's bobbing his head, sort of taking maybe the sting out of the punches, but they've still been catching him. And every now and again, Gibbons just catches him flush and stops him slightly in his tracks.
And we'll be going live on London Live in just about a minute's time. Thanks, Charlie. Good afternoon, everyone. You join us here ringside at Ring A, one of 4 simultaneous rings in action this afternoon. As Charlie mentioned, you'll be able to catch much of the action right here on London Live. And all that you can't, you can head over to the website, londonlive.co.uk. You can have a look at the split screen there. Ryan Gibbons and Matthew Windle, top left, have just come to the end of the Senior A 52-kilo bout. Top right, Louis Light and Armin Luckies from Grimstad in Norway there, midway through, right at the end of their 91-kilo heavyweight bout. There's another one, bottom right, just about to start there as well. John Dennen from Boxing News alongside me. John, what a great 3 days of competition we've had here.
We've really seen some quality boxing across all the divisions, from the elite class to the youths coming through. And even this last bout we just had here between Matt Windle from Birmingham and Ryan Gibbons from Hull. Real quality stuff. Neither spoiling the other's work, both landing flush shots from time to time, and just waiting for the decision now.
Well, we're taking a little while to get to the decision, so you'll have to come back to us for that. As we said, we can catch it all on londonlive.co.uk up until the first bout goes live around about 1:20. Back to you, Charlie. Your patience there if you are watching online. Absolutely lovely to see. Emphatic victory for Ryan Gibbons, and his dad's so proud, and what a nice man he is as well. Speaking to him on Friday, just great to see how proud he is of his son, and you say the fruits of a great father-son relationship, lots of hard work, and really nice to see that, John.
Absolutely, on Father's Day as well.
Absolutely, what a present for him. So many congratulations to Ryan Gibbons, decision winner of the Senior A 52-kilo class, and he'll go home back to Hull, happy lad this evening. Well, next up, Senior A-class bout between Hadi Schroer, who really caught our eyes yesterday, John, and Jacob Gabriel. We're going to have a little bit of a recess before that one comes up around about 1:20. But,
Gabriel will be worth watching as well, though. He's been quite successful for Basingstoke. We've seen him in the ABA Championships over the ABA National Championships over the last couple of years, getting towards the later stages.
the Sruers. They were at number 2 or 3. We're still not quite sure whether there is a relation there. Certainly looked to be so, but some really nice technical boxing. One or two perhaps a little bit flash in there and cut the decision quite fine, but all three that we saw yesterday are competing in today's final. Hadi Sruer, 64 kilo representative from Tonsberg. And well, it'll be interesting to see how this one develops. An excellent technical boxer yesterday and really shut out his opponent in the semi-final. It was a consummate performance. Very tall, very rangy athlete.
What he does well is box tall, as in use those advantages, stay on the back foot, so staying away from his opponents and throwing out long straight shots to catch the opposition coming in. That's what he did so well yesterday, but we'll have to see whether Jacob Gabriel from Basingstoke can deal with those.
I suppose it's all about using the attributes that have been given to you, isn't it? Sometimes biologically, you just see the difference in stature between these two men, and somebody that, you know, really does use that height and reach advantage well is the heavyweight champion Vladimir Klitschko. Not only is he tall, but he fights very tall as well. There's kind of little bend in the legs, the arms kind of come out very straight, and Hadi Sruer certainly made the most of his attributes yesterday. Will he be able to do the same today? Will Matthew or Jacob Gabriel have to get on the inside and cause his man a few problems? Three-minute rounds here. Gabriel leading with the right, just out of range. So we're looking for that counter left hook over the right hand, lands it partially there, and a nice straight right hand. The Basingstoke man just moves off to the left-hand side, trying to patiently inch his way in. Right to the body.
Basingstoke, Gabriel's club, is a team to watch. They've got other good boxers. Bryce Goodridge, their light heavyweight, who'll be in action in the final later on today. He won the gold medal at the recent GB Three Nations Championships. A bit of a surprise package there, but two outstanding wins over Scotland's top light heavyweight Scott Forrest, and then quality Englishman Ashley Van Zee.
Comparisons between him and Sruer, very tall, thin, rangy. Not a great deal of meat on the bones, so to speak, but effective and keeping that at range. Then we saw a really nice straight right hand and another off the back of it. Caught Jacob Gabriel clean, and Gabriel certainly the shorter, more powerful of the two men, but Sruer not making it easy work for him to get on the inside.
No. Almost textbook stuff from Sruer. Gabriel had a bright start with his right hand getting over Struer's jab, but Struer's finding his range and his distance a little bit more.
It was nice from Sruer.
You mentioned Klitschko earlier, who's almost the perfect demonstration of how a tall boxer should use his jab and his distance. It's just the little steps backwards that takes you out of range of your opponent's attacks, but means you can keep landing your long lead jab. And every now and again we see Sruer doing that.
And certainly, by no means, we should underestimate the value and the difficulty of that. It's made to look easy when it's done very well, but just because you are tall and long-limbed, it's certainly not a foregone conclusion that you will be able to keep your opponents at range. And what Vladimir Klitschko's done over the last 10 years, that was a nice shot from Gabriel there. Vladimir Klitschko's done over the last 10 years has been not necessarily the most exciting, but it's been exemplary in the consistency with which he's done it. Now Gabriel just a few clubs to the back of the head of Sruer.
Gabriel just needs to almost figure out his opponent, just trying to get past those problems that Sruer is posing. But if he can get on the inside, he's strong enough and he's got some power to rough Sruer up when he's in close.
I suppose that's got to be his prerogative, isn't it? Try and get on the inside, bob and weave, but he's looked to try and land a couple of counters and not been overawed by his opponent or the occasion. It's not easy when you have got to box a man of this stature. You feel that Hadi Shrewer, as he gets a little bit older and starts to fill out a bit more, he could go up 1 or even 2 more weight divisions. Such a length of the limbs and the arms and the legs.
You're often tempted to think a tall boxer has kind of unfair advantage, but then it's easy to forget that they've had to put the work in to actually make the weight. So,
absolutely, yeah. The bell for the beginning of this round goes. Shrewer all in red. Jacob Gabriel, grey shorts and the blue vest. Jacob Gabriel leaving that left hand low and just making it easy for Shrewer to punch over the top of it. Of course, Shrewer is punching down, although that was a nice shot from Gabriel. Just momentarily put Shrewer on the back foot, but instantly Shrewer, as we've seen with a number of the lads from the Tonsberg gym, when they are clipped, they fire straight back.
yeah,
This is as an instantaneous deterrent from their opponent to come in, and that's something that's perhaps been drilled into them in the coaching, but it's a good tactic.
absolutely, yeah. It's really noticeable the way they've been doing that, just to snuff out any potential follow-up attacks.
And 1 or 2 nice shots landing from Gabriel, power shots, just not feeling, John, they're not quite frequent enough to be putting him in front of this bout. When he does land, you see the head of Shrewer just snapping back there.
And a few more of those could really turn the course of this.
Absolutely, and just a good 10-second spell from him there. Whether Jacob Gabriel can turn the tide. He's still patient though, rushing in, taking his time. Ooh, and he's caught with that right hand again, that lead left jab, just thrown from a little bit low down. And when you have got right hand of that length from Shrewer coming back at you, he's been caught with that from time to time. Does well there to land a right to the body and moves out of range. This is a really nice contest.
That's what Shrewer's done well when Gabriel's missed. Shrewer's been quick enough to counter and punish him for the mistake.
There's Gabriel there, just making him miss, moving around the outside of the ring. Shrewer in the centre. Now they lock up. It's good from Gabriel, just working away on the inside to the head and to the body. That's what the referees will want to see. Don't want to see too much holding, but if the guys are in the clinch, they are allowed to work away. Nice jab from Shrewer.
Kind of set that up, didn't he? Bit of a feint from the right and then slammed the jab in.
It really is promising, isn't it? The last 4 bouts we've seen, and this one as well, the standard of competition as we've progressed towards the final. Oh, lovely left hook from Gabriel there. Shrewer's taken that really, really well from behind him here. His head snapped from right to left. And that's a real shot that could have sent him down, but he's shown good chin there.
Yeah, but Gabriel's suddenly finding his mark with the left hook now. Oh dear. I think he's got to point it off there, ducking his head in.
And that is a real shame because Jacob Gabriel put in a real shift in that round. And unfortunately, you'd think that he's perhaps undone, not all, but some of his good work in there.
Yeah, but overall, Shrewer probably won that second round as well, which means he would have been trailing going into the third. So he might need to take matters into his own hands anyway.
1 or 2 of those shots that he did land, if either boxer has been hurt but certainly rocked by a couple of shots, it was Shrewer, because although he took that left hook well towards the end of that round, it really snapped the chin from left to right, and that's the sort of shot that can see a boxer crumble.
Yeah, absolutely. Though we haven't seen too many stoppages in this event, and when you bear in mind that there are hundreds of bouts we've gone through over the 3 days, it just shows that, you know, knockouts are a relatively rare thing in amateur boxing. Partly because of the standing counts that you're allowed to give here, so the referee can check that a boxer's all right. And this version of the sport isn't really geared for knockouts the way professional boxing is. And it's also a sign of when an event is well matched.
And I mean, don't underestimate the difficulty of good matchmaking as well. It takes a lot of research, a lot of knowledge, a lot of local knowledge. A lot of the bouts we've seen over the last 3 days, extremely competitive, including this one, as Jacob Gabriel, just as this bout has progressed, he's just creeped the pressure up on Hadi Shrill. That was really, really nice from Shrill, because Gabriel was just cocked for the right hand and Shrill slipped underneath it. And at that height, not easy to dip under an oncoming right hand from a smaller opponent. And really well schooled, these Tonsberg boxers from Norway. And certainly a worthwhile trip for the whole gym coming over and really put their club on the map.
This will be a good bout for Gabriel. Gives him experience of this different style. You know, might not have come across a boxer quite like Struer before.
As you say, the experience that these young amateurs gain, not just from doing the rounds and having to make weight 3 days in a row, but also, as Jacob Gabriel is experiencing, from a variety of international opponents and styles. And that's a lovely combination from Gabriel. Just pushed Struer back onto the ropes momentarily. It was a good finish to this round for him.
Looks like some of the power is starting to drain out of Gabriel's punches now. He had been landing hurtful shots earlier on, but perhaps the pace of this one is catching up with him a little bit as we come towards the end of the third and final rounds.
It's a nice right hand over the top from him. Struer again. Just a little bit of blinking from the eyes of Struer, and I wonder whether one or two of those shots have hurt him. But as you say, John, a little bit of the snap has gone out of those, but I think reflective of quite a high tempo that was progressed through the second and the beginning of this third round. Certainly it's better to see a boxer with not a great deal left with 30 seconds to go than it is to see one completely looking a little bit too fresh at the end of a contest and thinking that they could have done a bit more in there.
Absolutely.
Wow, what a terrific contest.
That was great.
Really, really nice, and I think Hadi Struer believes he's got the victory. Jacob Gabriel didn't make it easy in there for him, and that was certainly Struer's toughest test of the past 3 days, and Gabriel can be extremely proud of his efforts, and wouldn't be surprised if this is a close decision, because he certainly had his moments, Gabriel. So the gold medal for Tonsberg Kameratin boxer out of Norway, Hadi Srø, in the senior A-class 64 kilo category. Jacob Gabriel, I thought, gave an absolutely excellent performance in there and gave his opposite man a few troublesome moments in there.
Absolutely, I thought he was competitive in each of the rounds, but it was Srø who had the edge overall.
Sorry, John. You carry on. That was me thinking we were going live, but we're not quite going live yet. We've got about 2 minutes to go. You were saying?
Yeah, I thought Srø had the edge
Yep.
in each of the rounds, deserved the decision, but Gabriel was competitive, gave him an argument, and will probably take a lot away from that. So he's one to watch, especially next season. It'll be interesting to see how far he can go in the elite national championships.
Well, next up, we will be going televised for this bout. Female A-class, 57 kilo category. Nina Hughes and Dervla Duffy. I'll see you on London Live around about a minute's time. Many thanks, Charlie. Good afternoon, everybody. First of this afternoon's televised final bouts. Not the first of the bouts this afternoon, though. Already had 5 Haringey Box Cup gold medal winners in Ring A. And as we mentioned, there are 4 simultaneous rings in action in the Great Hall in Alexandra Palace. Winners already: Lisa Sandberg in the female A 48 kilo class. She beat Tanya Darley over a decision. The youth A category, Frankie Cleary lost out to Bradley Strand of Kirby by a split decision. Kane Corby after him won a split decision over George James Jago. Ryan Gibbons a unanimous decision over Matthew Windle in the senior A 52 kilo class. And then just moments ago, Hadi Srø, one of the superb boxers out of the Tonsberg Kameratine club in Norway, defeated Jacob Gabriel of Basingstoke. But so far, John Dennen, all of the bouts we've seen have been extremely competitive.
They've all been close, they've all been hard fought, which I suppose just goes to show that we're at the final stage now. The cream is rising to the top, as it were.
Well,
good bouts to get the day off to a start.
Absolutely, and a really, really tasty looking encounter here. Nina Hughes in the red corner, bottom left of your screen. Chadwell St Mary, her opponent Dervla Duffy from Tipperary in Ireland. And Nina Hughes, John, narrowly missed out on a place at London 2012 to one young lady who won this competition and the Olympic Games, Nicola Adams.
Yeah, but it's kind of, when you've got Nicola Adams in your weight class, it's not the easiest of divisions to be in. And Nina Hughes, she's had a few years out, so it's good to see her back, but those years ago she was boxing at 51 kilos, and she's in quite deep here, coming back at 57 kilos, and Dervla Duffy is Ireland's champion at the weight, has been active, winning the Irish Championships.
Nina Hughes taking that recess, as you mentioned, to become a mum. And had a bit of time out from the sport and made her come back this year. Boxed 2 or 3 weeks ago on our broadcast at the All-Women and Girls Tournament in Grove Park, and she won there against a tall, rangy opponent. Boxed very well indeed, and as you mentioned, John, the standard that The opponent that she's facing is certainly a notch up from that 2 weeks ago. So we just take a brief recess. Nina Hughes getting that head guard readjusted. That was a problem for one boxer yesterday. It happened 4 or 5 times and he was disqualified. So hopefully it won't be the case here.
No. But then, given Duffy's height, range, and that strength and power, Hughes could doing with actually making it scrappy and getting up in close, so she's not stuck on the end of those long shots.
Well, she did well a couple of weeks ago, bringing her opponent onto shots. Much taller opponent, taller in fact than Dervla Duffy is here. So Hughes not averse to boxing against the rangier opponent. That's a nice right hand from Duffy landed, and Hughes returns with one of her own. Good opening and competitive round. Hughes is backing into the corner, trying to bring Duffy onto those shots. Slips under the right hand, just partially lands on the top of the head. Duffy comes forward again. It's a fairly relentless pace she's cranking up at the end of this first round.
Yeah, Duffy's almost charging after her at times, and then intercepting Hughes as she tries to strike up and reach her. And Hughes sort of moves well, sort of bobs under and comes in with left hooks, but it's often hard when you're just smaller than your opponent. Even if you land a good punch, it can just bounce off, and that can be dispiriting.
As you mentioned, Dervla Duffy, certainly one of the top boxers in this weight category in Ireland, if not the top, and showing class in that opening round. Lots to look forward to this afternoon. As we mentioned, 4 live web streams of all the action on londonlive.co.uk. So if you've got a friend or a colleague or a training partner that you're at home and you want to watch and you're concerned that you might be missing it, flick over to the website, have a look at the web streams. We'll be covering all of the action across those 80 final bouts. 160 competitors, down from 400 at the weigh-in on Friday. And John, talking about the weigh-in, seems having to weigh in Friday morning, Saturday morning and Sunday morning. Do you think there's an argument that that's a little bit too much, and do you think this perhaps the Saturday morning weigh-in could cover them for sort of 48 hours?
It is tough. It is sort of hard physically on the boxers, but it has to be that way. You know, you have to make sure it's fair. You have to make sure everyone's at the same size. And if you're struggling to hold your weight over a sustained period of 3 days, then that's a sign you need to move up a division. But that is harder for amateur boxers. They weigh in the morning of their event, so they have to box a few hours later. So they've only got a few hours to replenish themselves. You don't want to be too hydrated, whereas professional boxers almost have the luxury of weighing in the day before. It's risky. You don't want any athlete to be dehydrated, but at least they've got that 24-hour period to recover.
Well, it's a process that both the two women in the ring have gone through over the last couple of days, and they are now here and both stand in the way of each other, and a gold medal at this Haringey Box Cup A-class women's 57 kilo category. Nina Hughes in the red corner, Dervla Duffy in the blue. Duffy certainly being the aggressor. Nice lead right hand from Nina Hughes, just pushed her back into the middle of the ring. Duffy showing real grit. A little bit wild with those swings though.
Bit wild, but she's sustaining the punches, and that could grind down Hughes as time goes on. We've seen a few good body shots from the taller boxer, Duffy, going in.
There's a nice counter right hand from Duffy there, just landed on the chin of Nina Hughes. She took it well and now just moves around to her right hand side, lands a counter right of her own. Hughes almost seems to be more comfortable when she backs herself into a corner and then boxes her way out of it.
That was quite good what she's doing there, backing off and then bouncing forward from the back foot and landing these sort of long right hands, punching up, and she's hitting Duffy clear now, sort of repelling Duffy's attacks.
Well, Duffy started extremely fast, and you just wonder whether she's paced herself enough here, because she's just sort of bent over, starts leaning in a little bit more, and you wonder whether in the last 3 rounds we might see the best from Nina Hughes. Dervla Duffy started quickly. Can you see the energy or sense the energy slightly draining out of her now?
I think so. Well, maybe it's a case of Hughes is sort of shedding the rustiness after all those years out and getting back into her groove a little bit more. finding her rhythm a bit.
Of course, at the midway point, 2 more rounds to go. So 1 more round than we've seen sort of about so far in the youth and the senior A-class men's category. Nina Hughes at the moment looking at the 2 in the corner, perhaps a little bit fresher. Dervla Duffy just receiving her instructions. Imagine the timeout for Nina Hughes after so narrowly missing out on 2012 was just to probably have a mental break as well as a physical one, because imagine being so close and then not making your Olympic dreams a reality could really take its toll on a boxer who's worked so hard and putting so much preparation towards it.
Yeah. And outside of the Olympic Games, there are not too many opportunities for female boxers, really. You know, only really this year, sort of the female national championships has been made a slightly bigger event. They've been running it at the same time as the men's, you know, at the Echo Arena, which is a welcome development. Whereas in years gone by, there weren't too many entrants. It was sort of tucked away out the public eye.
And of course, the lady who did keep Nina Hughes out of the Olympics, Nicola Adams, was due to box Lisa Whiteside in those finals up at the Echo Arena in Liverpool a month or 2 ago, but sadly the night before she was burgled, so really unfortunate. But I suppose priorities get brought into sharp focus in that sort of occasion. But Nicola Adams back in action since then. I'm sure we'll have her sights set on Rio next year, but right now Nina Hughes has got her work cut out. It's an aggressive start to this round for Dervla Duffy. Again, is she going to be able to maintain this pace that she set in the first 30 seconds? She should start fast and finish a little bit lagging. And now Hughes again, that characteristic popping off the ropes, springing into action, little burst and raids of activity. At the moment, does it seem to you that Dervla Duffy's perhaps landing slightly more crisp combinations from range, John?
Perhaps, but as Duffy's punch output has gone down and she's throwing less shots, Nina Hughes has just been timing her 1-2s, picking out some shots.
A nice right hand from Duffy, just lands on the side of the head of Hughes, but Hughes now just mauling her into the corner, and the 2 finish the round in a clinch.
But it was Hughes driving her into the corner there. I think she's, after Duffy's good start in the first round, I think Nina Hughes is coming back into this.
Well, Duffy certainly more natural looking opponent rather at this weight, 57 kilos, as you mentioned. Nina Hughes coming up in weight, and structurally she's designed for a division or 2 below. And what kind of impact can that have when you do move up 2 or 3 weights? What are the main things that you notice as a boxer, John?
Well, there's the obvious ones. If you're against someone taller, then you've got your hands full, especially if you're not used to that, especially if you've been used to a lower weight class with boxers of your own size. Yeah, often you do see boxers just become stronger. They're not draining themselves so much, they become a little bit more durable as they move up in weight. So it's always good to be at the weight that you can make naturally, because if you're sort of walking around close to your fighting weight, your fitness is better, you feel better. And I always think if you're like starving yourself to make the weight, psychologically that's a real burden as well. In this particular case, when you've been out for a while, it is coming back deep when you're taking on an Irish champion in a bigger weight category. 2 divisions bigger, really.
But given that, there's certainly a great golfing quality, maybe a little bit of ring sharpness apparent for Dervla Duffy. She's of course been the more active boxer, but Nina Hughes, you can see why she was where she was just 3 years ago. I feel like she's perhaps got a little bit of work to do. Duffy catches her with a lead right hand. There is Hughes trying to step in, and Duffy making it really hard. Got that right hand cocked, ready for her to come in, and there goes, she lands it again. I just feel like the head movement of Hughes has perhaps gone wanting in these final moments. Got to try and bob and weave and get in behind that long rangey guard of Duffy. was a nice light and lead right hand from Nina Hughes.
And as Hughes has been finishing those exchanges with the final shot, almost having the final word.
The judges ringside looking intently on. It's been a high tempo encounter this. Some of the bouts before this have been more of a fencing match, more of a tactical picking your shots, but two ladies in front of us have certainly will have left not very much in terms of energy in the ring by the time the final bell goes. A really rough and tough affair.
Hughes tipped her back into the ropes there. It's interesting now in the last round, Duffy's sort of thinking twice about charging in.
And there we have it, the final bell. This 57 kilo female bout. And the result with you shortly.
Split decision there goes to Derva Duffy. Soon we'll go over to Chris Lloyd to speak to the victor.
we go, the female A-class 60 kilo category. Another international competitor, whole weekends over in Sweden, Lucy Keebler, and her opponent Kelly Harrington. Lucy Keebler there in the blue corner, Kelly Harrington in the red. And away we go, the first of 4 2-minute rounds. Keebler in the blue, Kelly Harrington in the red. Already Keebler hunting her opponent down and putting Harrington straight onto the back foot. And as we always mention, John, in the amateurs, starting fast and winning the first round can be extremely important.
It can be so crucial to get that early lead. Once you're ahead, then the sort of pressure is on your opponent. They're having to chase the bout, and if they're chasing after you, if they're rushing, that's when you can start picking them off. And Harrington looks pretty comfortable on the back foot, just waiting before throwing her shots as Keebler comes forward.
Of course, Harrington operating out of the southpaw stance. Right hand leading forward, the left backhand. And now she switches back to orthodox. Not the first time this weekend we've seen switch hitting.
Harrington looks pretty comfortable switch hitting, which is a hard skill. I think it's almost like you've got to do twice as much. You've got to learn everything in either stance. But if done well, it can be very effective and perplexing. I think Keebler's already having a little bit of trouble with it.
Of course, in that southpaw stance with the right hand leading forward, it just forces Keebler to move to her right hand side, or rather her left hand side, away from the big left backhand, and then when switched to orthodox, it's the other way round. So, as you say, just keep the Swedish opponent quite literally on her toes. It's good work from Kelly Harrington. It's a really interesting bit of a fencing match to start off with, although Keebler is hunting her opponent down. That's a nice right hand hook counter, a lead hook counter from Kelly Harrington. Good blood from the nose of Keebler as well.
Yeah, and Harrington's timing has been good. She's been waiting for Keebler to shape the throw, then Harrington's taken that as her signal, and her punch has been a bit faster. She's just been intercepting her on the way in, catching over those headshots.
Let's have a look in the corners of the two competitors. There's Kelly Harrington, looking relaxed and composed, just taking a bit of advice, and it's Lucy Keebler. As we mentioned, John, the standard of the international competitors in this event over the last 3 days has really been, it's been super, hasn't it? And it's been great experience for some of the domestic boxers as well, who might otherwise not get international experience.
Absolutely, and we've seen a lot of Scandinavian boxers over here, and they've all got sort of good textbook style, maybe a little bit different to what you'd see in England. So it's a good opportunity for the English and Irish boxers in this case, just to get a little bit of added experience against these different types of boxing that sort of they're being confronted with.
And typically the second round is when things start to hot up a little bit. Amateur boxers like to use the first round as a bit of a measuring stick barometer in terms of pace and what their opponent's going to do, and then as you see the ante up slightly in round two, and that's what we're seeing here. Lovely right hand, sort of a right hook, sort of check right hook counter from Kelly Harrington. And again, just switch hitting. As persistent as Keebler is, it's causing her a little bit of problems. As Harrington just spins her onto the ropes. It's good boxing.
And Harrington's good enough to keep her, to keep her hands loose, keep her gloves down, which isn't normally recommended, but she's quick enough and has the reactions to just very easily lob those shots in as Keebler sets after her. And maybe because Keebler realised she was being picked off in the first round, she's tried to up the tempo at the start of the second.
A lot of blood from the nose of Keebler. Just wonder whether that will impair the breathing at all. And we'll see as the rounds go on, the mouth opening a little wider to let some air in.
There, Harrington just turned around, stepped in, landed a couple of shots, out again before she could be caught, taking control.
It is rare to see a boxer in the amateurs so comfortable from either stance, and she really does look very measured and composed in there, and it doesn't look like the switch hitting's forced, it just seems natural. It seems to be whatever she feels works on instinct at the time, and really she's settled into a very nice rhythm, considering Keebler put her under a lot of pressure in the opening minute of the first round. Just boxing and moving from Harrington, picking her shots and moving, and she goes back, cutting a confident figure in the red corner at the end of the second round as we approach the halfway point.
I think so. But any sort of Irish 60-kilo boxer is doomed to be in the shadow of the great Katie Taylor. Ireland's star boxer, really. Won the Olympic Games in 2012 and boxed here at the Haringey Cup a few years ago. One of 3 future Olympic champions who have appeared here.
The other's Anthony Joshua.
And Nicola Adams herself.
And Nicola Adams herself, of course. I suppose that is an indication of the level of competition and the standard of this. Of course, it is all inclusive. There are everyone from the novices in the C class cutting their teeth in a sort of second or third amateur contest, all the way up to those like we've seen Nina Hughes and some of the Swedish internationals with 300 plus amateur contests. Quite incredible, really. And a wealth of experience. We'll see Alana Murphy later on as well. She's had a long amateur career, 15 years as well. So lots and lots to look forward to this afternoon. Catch it all here on London Live, right through until 8 o'clock. And into round 3 here between Kelly Harrington and Lucy Keebler. Keebler's got a bit of work to do. Harrington on the back foot, nice loose style, got the hands down. And the referee brings us to a brief recess. I think just a bit of hair has come out the back of the head guard, and they're just readjusting that. And stern eye cast by the referee, a look that says let's not have that happen again, and they're ready to go again.
Female amateur boxers, of course, still box with head guards on, whereas their male senior counterparts now no longer compete with the headgear in the amateurs.
And that little recess has perhaps given both the boxers just a second wind, and we see the pace just go up a notch here. It was almost an interval break there. And when that does happen, you just see the pace of a contest change after the timeout, so to speak. But Kelly Harrington, really nice counter-punching, good movement, and I suppose immense confidence to be standing right in the pocket with your hands by your sides, and an indication that she's very comfortable with the pace and the power of her opponent in there.
Absolutely. I mean, it must be irritating for Keebler just to see her opponent there standing with her hands completely down, but even if when she tries to take advantage of it, shots just fly up and catch her on the way in. Harrington's been landing good 1-2s as a southpaw, and then just turning Keebler away with a right hook and sort of pivoting off that just to move herself clear.
And the face of Keebler really starting to redden there as the blood from the nose increases. Harrington moving away there, just calm, makes her opponent reset. She just reaches with that southpaw jab again, and another really good round from the lady in the red corner, Kelly Harrington.
Harrington just winked at her as she landed a soft jab after the bell. Another sign of her confidence.
You might be able to hear the voice of the ring announcer this afternoon. You think with 4 rings that there might be 4, but one-man announcing machine of Dan O'Sullivan, who's member of the Haringey Police and Community Boxing Club as a coach, a local Met police officer. He has been for the last 20 years or so, and I'm sure he wouldn't like me to remind him of that, but he's doing a terrific job going around and announcing simultaneously the entrance and the results for all of the bouts this afternoon, all 80, right the way through till this evening. And a terrific job he's done as well, and he'll be round shortly at the end of this round, and the next round rather, to announce the winner if it goes to the scorecards. At the moment, Kelly Harrington has boxed extremely well over the first three. The referee now bringing Lucy Keebler into action. Made a couple more adjustments on that head guard in the corner there just to make sure that no repercussions of that pause that we had. And now it's all action in these final couple of minutes.
Keebler just has to go running after her. I mean, she's trailing behind. She has to do something to try and shake things up, so she's got to charge forward. Has had a few pockets of success earlier on. But Harrington has been in cruise control over the first couple of rounds, and she's probably got plenty left in the tank.
Of course, if you are watching at home, we'd love to hear from you. You can get in touch with us on Twitter at London Live, hashtag Haringey Box Cup. Let us know your opinions. If you've got ideas on competitors you want to see later, predictions, opinions, we'd love to hear them. So get in touch with us at London Live, hashtag Haringey Box Cup. As we draw to the midway point of this final round in Kelly Harrington of Tipperary, Lucy Keebler, Holvikens in Sweden. Somewhat of a hit and miss masterclass from Harrington. A lovely 1-2 combination thrown again from the southpaw stance. And then she just tucks up nicely. Showing real class here, John.
Absolutely. I mean, she hasn't been forced to have to tuck up behind that guard too often in the earlier rounds, but now when Keebler's pressing her, she's showing that she's got that good but typical amateur boxing defence where you tuck up in your shell under your gloves, use them as a shield. Whereas earlier on she was just relying more on her reflexes and timing to intercept Keebler.
And although the hands have been held low, it's not been a flashy or showboaty performance. It's all had a function and a purpose, and well, should she get the decision, be a worthy winner here. But Stacey Keebler, and Lucy Keebler rather, has proved a worthwhile opponent and yet another top quality international boxer.
Lloyd. You know, Rucker. You ref the last part.
Thanks, Charlie. Well, welcome back. Ringside here on Ring 8. The Great Hall in Alexandra Palace. The female A-class 69 kilo final between Stacey Copeland, Bredbury and Stockport, and Stephanie Rowe from the Army boxing team. John, two women with great pedigree behind them. Affords a good 4-round bout between them as well.
They've got a good setup, the Army boxing team. You know, if you manage to get onto the full team, you can train, well, pretty much full time. But having said that, Stephanie Rowe has a very tough opponent here in Stacey Copeland. An extremely experienced international European silver medalist, as we said before. But she's also boxed out in Korea at the World Championships. Really knows what she's doing in the ring.
She's got that nice, relaxed poise about her, not too much in the way of movement and wasted energy. A very economical style. You see on the back of the shorts there, SpongeBob, that's her nickname. We weren't quite sure yesterday why. John, you've done a bit of digging.
Got to the bottom of this mystery. So Stacey Copeland used to be a football player and then suffered an injury, and her weight ballooned while she was injured, and she became known as SpongeBob because SpongeBob, of course, is SquarePants, and I suppose at the time she was on the square side. Now back down to 69 kilos, the nickname SpongeBob has stuck, and her supporters, I believe, are known as the Sponge Army.
Just the oracle of knowledge, aren't you, John? Well, she's certainly back in shape and boxing well in the early minute and a half of this first of 4 rounds. Nice combination as Stephanie Rowe just backed up onto the ropes.
Copeland's really putting Rowe under pressure there, hitting to the body and to the head. Quite fast but heavy left hooks.
Copeland looking for that right hand over the jab, wasn't able to land it that time, then goes to the body as the bell for the end of the first round sounds. Retreat back to their corners, Copeland in the red and Rowe in the blue. 7 winners of the Haringey Box Cup crowned in Ring 1, or Ring A rather, already. Lisa Sandver from Pekeli in Stockholm. Bradley Strand winning a close split decision against Frankie Cleary in the youth 56 kilo category. Kane Corby also on a split decision. Ryan Gibbons, Paddy Schroer, Dervla Duffy putting in a great performance against former podium squad member Nina Hughes in the female 57 kilo class. And just a few moments ago you saw Kelly Harrington put on a real masterclass against Swedish boxer Lucy Keebler. So lots more to come here at Ring A. 20 bouts scheduled in total between now and 8 o'clock this evening. And now into round number 2 between Stacey Copeland from in Stockport and Stephanie Rowe from the Army boxing team. And Rowe just starts off with that double jab, a little bit rangier, taller of the two. I think it's perhaps Copeland's prerogative to try and get on the inside and walk her down a bit more, John.
Yeah, and that's what actually she's doing very well, really harrying her as she charges in. And Rowe needs to find a way just to stop Copeland getting through.
Now she's moving off to her left-hand side. Copeland looking for the counter jab, does well to land it. And a counter right hand over the top, and just easing herself back into the corner. She looks like she's in control of the distance and the space as this second round progresses. Stephanie Rowe just missed with the right, and the left came off the gloves of Copeland. I just feel like Copeland's waiting for her moment to pounce, isn't she? Just waiting on the edge of the pocket, patiently looking for an opening, and when she does, she pounces and opens up with real ferocity.
She's caught Rowe with a few of those flush, heavy rights. Rowe either has to backpedal hastily or tie her up in a clinch. The power of the left almost tipped Rowe away to the side.
And in those brief spells of pressure, she does exert over Stephanie Rowe. Rowe having no option but just to grab and hang on, and look at her there, really looking a bit uncomfortable. As Copeland just walking her down, throwing shots and not giving her a lot of space to work at all. It's really good work from the lady in the red corner. Those luminous yellow and black shorts.
When you're under pressure like Rowe has been, you've really got to try and get your composure back. Try and reset yourself, bring your hands back up. But we could see there towards the end, she was getting maybe a little bit panicked, trying to sling her shots just to, you know, she was trying to dissuade Copeland from coming in, but it meant her hands were down, she was more vulnerable there. It's worth noting that Copeland is, you know, a top-class international boxer. The problem for her has really been that she's a welterweight, and that's not, at present, an Olympic category. Maybe she's not tall enough to make full use of her advantages up in a division higher. But she might be powerful enough.
Well, she does be victorious at the end of these 4 rounds. Maybe something we'll chat to her about ringside in just a few moments' time. Stacey Copeland there just made a few adjustments of that head guard, tying the hair up. And the boxers move towards each other in the centre of the ring. Beginning of the third round, the 69 kilo senior A-class women's final. Stacey Copeland in red, Stephanie Rowe in blue, and Copeland starts fast behind that double jab. And a 1-2 combination coming mostly off the chest. It's better from Stephanie Rowe, and her corner vocally show their appreciation. A little bit better from Rowe at the beginning of this third.
Just started adjusting there.
Some blood from the nose of Stacey Copeland, so 2 of those shots did get through. As we say, boxing round to round is all about adjustments. If you can make them, it can often be the difference in certainly hotly contested bouts. And so far in this third round, Stephanie Rowe has made some good adjustments, perhaps on the advice of her corner, keeping it long, trying to now box her way out of the corner.
That's the problem. Rowe doesn't want to try and fight fire with fire. She can be outgunned there, but she raids in, throws a sort of a salvo of shots, and then gets out of the way again. And sticks the jab out. Those were keys for her.
And just the blood from the nose of Stacey Copeland, just being cleaned up in that neutral corner by the referee. Of course, doesn't happen typically in the pro game. Here they try and keep things clean and will administer standing 8 counts if they feel that the boxer needs a rest to recuperate. So there's a lot more precautionary measures taken in the amateur side of the sport. And now they go straight back to work. That little recess, as we saw in the last bout, has given both a second wind. Forward comes Copeland again, those crashing short right and left hooks.
Getting in close, almost in Rowe's face is where Copeland wants to be. She's got quite powerful short shots.
Copeland determined not to let her opponent off the hook, but Stephanie Rowe going toe-to-toe with her, and the tempo and the ante's really been raised in this third round, John.
Yeah, and that was a strong finish from Copeland as well. And you do want to finish these rounds strong, just to leave that final impression of the judges that you're the one in control.
So be first and last in every exchange, but also, as you said, important to start the rounds fast and finish them fast as well, because often what happens in the middle can sort of get lost in the back of a judge's memory in the wider pattern of a contest like this. So interesting through round 3. 2 further minutes separate one of these 2 ladies from Haringey Box Cup 2015 69 kilo gold medal. Of course, the event starts on Thursday, or started on Thursday this week with the Youth and Community Day. Police, the forces and Fire Brigade running a number of exhibition events and things for local school children to get involved with. Around about 1,000 of them turned up, really great turnout. And of course the quarterfinals Friday night, the weigh-in Friday morning, and then semis last night were concluded ahead of today's action-packed finals afternoon. And 2 women in front of us have worked hard to get here. And not long now before one of them finds out who will sit on top of the podium. So Copeland marauding forward again, as she has done, and Rowe trying to move back and find herself space and trying hard to battle off the ropes, but she is finding herself under longer and sustained periods of pressure as this fight goes on.
Yeah, even just then when she was working off the rope, she was getting, Rowe was getting in a few shots of her own, but greater volume and greater weight of the punches coming at her.
And now it's Stephanie Rowe's turn to have blood pouring from the nose. The referee asks her to continue. Well, Rowe seems to still be throwing when she's backed up, but it seems that Copeland is willing to take 1 or 2 shots in order to get on the inside and to deliver what she feels is her best work.
And Copeland has kept her gloves up quite well. I mean, that's quite professional, as it were. So the jabs have been bouncing off then, and Copeland getting to on the inside, whereas it's Rowe's hands that are a little bit looser.
Of course, just the obvious physical differences. Rowe a little bit taller, a bit rangier of the 2, and as such, has the advantage of being able to hit without getting hit at longer range, and that is why, for the uninitiated, Stacey Copeland is employing the tactics that she is, and really all-out action as the final bell sounds, and you wouldn't expect anything else in the final of this scale. And scores will now be collated. So welcome back to londonlive.co.uk. Join us beginning of the first round between Charlie Wynn from Rumbles ABC and Jamshid Nasiri from Grimstad in Norway. This is the Senior A 69 kilo final, three 3-minute rounds. Terrific Norwegian contingent of boxers we've had in the competition so far, a number who will be competing in the finals this afternoon. Immediately Nasiri, the shorter of the two men, a little bit more compact. Looking to box his way in behind that jab. Nice 1-2 as Wynn stepped in from the Norwegian. Oh, and he caught him with a good left hook as well. Wynn took that very well indeed. And there will be 4 simultaneous live streams on londonlive.co.uk throughout the afternoon. You won't miss any of the action at all. So if you've got a friend or a colleague or a sparring partner and you're at home watching them, switch over and just check that they're not in one of the other rings, because there's plenty of action this afternoon. 80 bouts, 160 competitors, and 80 gold medals to be decided. So Charlie Wynn sticking and moving in this first round. Nasiri just trying to inch himself into space. So Charlie Wynn just receiving instructions from his corner man. And he'll be pleased with that first round. Did take a couple of shots towards the end of it though. And interesting first couple of minutes. Midway through the second round, another clubbing shot. There's Charlie Wynn back onto his heels. Apologies for the break-in commentary there. Just a couple of technical hitches, but we're back with you now. And we'll be with you all the way through till 8 o'clock this evening. Chris Lloyd with boxing news is, I suppose, amateur aficionado, you could call him, John Dennen. And we are calling the action for another 15+ bouts for the finals. And wow, Nasiri there, another nice combination, left hook and then a right hook to the body. Charlie Wynn's had been on the end of a number of solid shots. He's punching the straighter of the two men. And Shiri, again, that left hook gets through, and he's a short, more squat, powerful man. See the weight of those shots, the lead uppercut, then a right cross goes through, and the legs of Wynn just look to have stiffened. And one or two more of those from Nashiri. You wonder whether Wynn will A, be administered a standing 8 count, or B, whether he might find himself on the seat of his trunks. Great shots from the international from Grimstad in Norway. In the blue, stalks forward again, right hand lead, then jabs off the back, snaps the head of Wynn backwards. And Wynn just looking a little bit bemused and befuddled in there. He holds the centre of the ring. He'll certainly be wary of the power that Nashiri's carrying. He's loading up with a few of those shots, but he is landing them. A nice short, sharp right hand from Charlie Wynn there. He boxes his way back into this one. Oh, goodness me, the left hook from Nashiri was thrown with real venom, and it just missed the chin of Charlie Wynn. Maybe an inch or two short. You just feel one of those lands, and only so much a man can take. And Charlie Wynn has taken a few there. Lovely work to the body from Nashiri as well. And Wynn really not particularly utilising the jab as well as he could do. He's got the height and reach advantage. Just hasn't been able to keep his man at range. Just puts a right hand through the guard, around the back of the guard rather, on the belt in the second round. I think a much needed recess for Charlie Wynn in the red corner. Well, as you say, another left hook there, and Charlie Wynn has really taken some punishment. Shown a good chin. I don't think he's winning this one. Nashiri stalks forwards again, now just pushing the head down of Wynn. And Wynn really feels got to just make a better use of that jab as Nashiri comes in. Jab and then lateral movement, because he's just been caught by hooks and a little bit flat-footed. So his heels are on the floor of Charlie Wynn. He's trying to load up with shots. Charlie Wynn, better patch from him, trying to box his way back into this. Charlie Wynn lunging in with that overhand right missing, and then just being caught by left hand on Mashiri, and the referee just telling Wynn to watch the head. And Wynn just digging those hooks to the body in as the bout comes to a close. Well, you'd say on balance that Charlie Wynn will do well to get this decision. I think Jamshid Nasiri really asserted sustained dominance on that bout over 3 rounds. And he looks to be the favourite for the decision. And we'll have the decision for you in just a moment before we go to the next televised bout. So Simon Niseta and Trim in Norway, and Aussie Omareje from the Fitzroy Lodge. So here we go to the final decision. A worthwhile unanimous decision victory for Grimstad Norway's Jamshid Nasiri. Charlie Wynn goes home with a well-earned silver medal. Yeah. Thanks, Charlie. And now it's the big men. Super heavyweight senior A-class. 91 kilo plus final here at the Haringey Box Cup. Simen Niseta and Trim in Norway in the red corner. And Osamuede Omoreje from Fitzroy Lodge in the blue corner. And now the Lodge, famous reputation across the city and across the country, and has produced a number of champions in its time. Omoreje, a finalist in the London ABA heavyweight finals. He did lose out and was put down in the early rounds, but he's a big, big man, John. I mean, you think about Anthony Joshua, not many men built his sort of stature, but Ozzy Omoreje is one of them.
Well, yeah, he is. He's a big guy, and he towers over Niseta here. But not every big guy is Anthony Joshua, so I have to see what Omoreje's made of. He's entered the ABAs the last couple of years. I think at first when he was quite a raw novice, so he's had a lot to learn. But he's at a great club, Fitzroy Lodge in Lambeth, with a great coach, Mark Reigate. So he might have shed those habits of a raw novice. But in Niseta, even though he's much the smaller man, he's got a Norwegian boxer who knows what he's doing in there.
Certainly proved his credentials against another tall opponent in the semi-finals yesterday, and also proved that he's capable of packing a punch. So it will be interesting to see if he can land early. Ozzy Omoreje in the London ABA final, he was caught and put down very early on. It was a bit of a flash knockdown, but just perhaps made him a little bit tentative as the bout progressed. And if Niseta can try and stamp his mark early, well, that's a nice jab from Omoreje.
That's the thing with a tall boxer like this, you'd think he would have the advantage in that he just have the luxury of being able to jab when his opponent is out of range to counter. But sometimes, every now and again, if you're taller and you're punching down and you're reaching, every now and again you can leave yourself exposed. And Niseta, we saw yesterday, has a decent left hook on him, so if he can explode up with that, it could be a useful weapon.
Of course, the other thing with being so heavily muscled is that if he does end up turning professional and going through the rounds, it is of course harder to maintain, use a lot of oxygen, that sort of muscle mass on you. And it's been a criticism of a few pundits and critics of Anthony Joshua. The thing is, we haven't really seen him go much past sort of 3 or 4 rounds, and so we don't know if it's an issue yet, and certainly Omoreje won't know if it's an issue for him. It won't matter, particularly at this stage. At the moment, it is a patient start from Niseta, just standing on the outside of the pocket. That's a nice right hand to the body. And amazingly, he's backing Omoreje up into the corner. And
that right to the body really thumped in. Omoreje didn't flinch, but may well have felt that.
The Fitzroy Lodge man not quite found his range and timing yet. It's taken a little bit of time. I've only got three-minute rounds to do so, though. Omoreje throwing those 1-2s, and well, neither man really conclusively stamping their mark on that opening 3 minutes, John.
No, not much between them. This was some good jabs from Omoreje, but Niseta's been boxing with a bit of style, darting in every now and again. Actually, and often at stages, he was on the box back foot, almost obliging Omoreje to come forward. You would have thought with a taller boxer, it might have been the other way around.
Well, I saw the same with Nina Hughes earlier on. Unfortunately, didn't have the success that she would have liked, trying to bring Dervla Duffy onto those shots, although really Duffy needed very little invitation to come forwards. And you see Simen Niseta in his corner, just taking his final instructions. And we said over the last couple of days, John, some boxers opting to sit mid-round, some boxers opting to stand, and not too much in it, although a few coaches who do have their boxers to stand mid-round do believe that it's good and it replicates what they would do in training. They wouldn't necessarily be seated in a training situation, and sometimes when you do sit down, the lactic can just settle into the legs a bit more.
And sometimes I wonder if it's psychological. Often a boxer likes to be the first up off his stool just to show that he's good and ready to go. I guess just staying standing for the whole break takes it that little bit further.
A nice sort of feint and then a jab to the body from Niseta. He lands, Omoreje tries the same and misses. Niseta's timing, terrific overhand right, and really he's not at the mercy of the height and reach runs along Reggie. Catches him with that big left hook. We saw that yesterday. Reggie has been wobbled by that left hook. And he will be administered a standing 8 count by the referee. Looks to be okay, holds the gloves up, but that was the key weapon in Nisaita's armoury yesterday. And he's used it to good effect today. Reggie takes a right hand through the guard as well on the chin, and now he covers up in the corner. And this is where survival tactics are really, really important.
Flush right to the chin there. Nisaita's seen he's hurt, he wants to take advantage of this. And that was a big
goodness
overarm
me, and
right.
I think the fight is over. Right hand over the top.
Yeah.
The referee looks to the corner. Will the Lodge call it off? He's calling in the on-site medical physician there to come in. And wow, goodness me, it's an early night for Ozzy Omoregie, and we do hope he's okay. It was absolutely thumping overhand right. He knew Nisaita had power in his locker. And thankfully, Omoregie seems to have his wherewithal, and he's not up onto his feet, but he is seated at least. Goodness me, that was as cold as you can be knocked out, John.
It's never nice to see someone fall like that into the corner, especially onto the bottom ropes. But referee Jumbo Bassett, just the right thing there. Looked at him, saw he was hurt, and beckoned the doctor over. And Ozzy, I mean, he looks all right now. Now he's on his stool.
And I imagine
deflated, but he looks
disappointment,
okay.
absolutely, yeah. You can just see it in his eyes. And we will be speaking to Semen Nisaita just a few moments' time, but I think more imperative at this point is safety and well-being of Ozumode Omoregie, who has done extremely well to get to yet another major London amateur final that, unfortunately for him, has fallen short on both occasions. I suppose you can't have it all your way every single year, and he would hopefully have learnt a lot from both occasions in the last couple of months.
It's always hard to take a defeat like that, but Nisaita, you know, he's a handy operator, not the biggest heavyweight in the world, but a little bit of hand speed and clever as well. So, if Omoregie is ambitious, those kind of bouts will be useful for him. And clearly, it's his defence he has to work on when he's letting his punches. When he's letting his punches go, his hands drifted down a little bit, and he looked disorganised when he was under pressure as well.
Well, it's really nice to see Omoregie on his feet, and commiserations to him, but he will live to box another day. And congratulations to Semen Nisaita, an emphatic win. That's what we do see in the super heavyweights, big knockouts, and we'll be standing by with him ringside in just a few moments.
coming a mile out.
Yeah, after you hit the first time.
It was on the cards. Nothing, no power. What category is this? 3 threes.
Just a shame, because the guy who's boxed on the red card that got beat yesterday, this is a super newbie bout. So I don't know if it's... I'd say it's probably 3 3.
if you are watching this on londonlive.co.uk. We'll shortly be going on to Sky Channel 117 for the 11th final in Ring A. John Marvin and Kingsley Okoye. The boxers are ready, are waiting in the ring. We will be going live very shortly indeed. So if you have got access to Channel 117 on Sky, head over there. But if not, stay right with us and we'll be with you shortly. Thanks, Charlie. Well, the boxers ready and waiting for the senior A-class 75 kilo bout. As you mentioned, John Marvin in the red corner, Kingsley Okoye in the blue, and Haringey. Timekeeper Mr. Tony Treacy brings the bells to start round number 1, and instantly real height and reach discrepancy between these two, John.
Yeah, I mean, you see stitched across the front of Kingsley's shorts is, are the words fat boy, perhaps an indicator that he is a small middleweight. I'm often surprised to see him in this weight category. You think he might be due moving down, but he's a regular fixture in this competition and a regular at middleweight. And as we saw in the last bout, sometimes the smaller man can do quite well. Kingsley's been bobbing and moving, getting low, and that makes him elusive for the taller man.
I suppose it will make John Marvin have to punch downwards a lot, and may mean that the hands are lower as he throws, or will mean the hands are lower as he throws. And there you see a counter left hook land by Kingsley Okoye. And just dips to the left, throws a little sharp left hook into the body.
We're seeing Marvin using his right uppercut, which is the shot you want against the short man who's ducking forward. And the danger is that Kingsley is going to duck just like them into the right uppercut.
And he measures it with a jab, and well, I think he hits just on the break there. Okoye just looked at the referee as if to say, you're going to allow that, but nothing was said, so they box on. Nice body shot from Marvin. Okoye right in there.
Okoye can kind of bowls over his right and then lands with a pretty hefty smack, but Marvin doesn't look like he's been too troubled by it.
It's a nice jab from John Martin as he moves around to his left-hand side, and Okoye attacks to the body. 2 or 3 thumps to the side of the head, and again that lead right uppercut just crashes in. Just measures it with a jab. Such long arms from Martin, but Okoye just keeping this one nice and short, and he's had too many problems getting on the inside so far. You see Martin doing what you would expect, just keeping the jab long, trying to maintain the distance between himself and Kingsley Okoye. A nice right-hand left hook combination from the man in the red corner.
That left hook kind of rocked him back onto his heels, didn't it? Maybe a sign of power from the army man. A good one too as well. Currently though, he's experienced. He should know how to look after himself. That may mean that was a good sort of leaping switch right hook.
So Kingsley Okoye at this weight has got his work cut out for him a little bit. We see John Martin there just taking on a bit of water and looks pretty calm in the corner, as does Okoye. Like we say, his aim will be to close his man down, work on the inside, and through nice counter shots and couple of right hands over the top, but really there's height and reach discrepancy, and then there's height and reach discrepancy, and this is about the top end of the spectrum as far as short and tall go, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure if Marvin is a particularly big middleweight. I think Okoli is a very short one, but he is very experienced and should know how to look after himself in there. So you might see him jumping in a bit more and getting into clinches. He'll be safer and more composed perhaps on the inside, whereas the Army's taller Marvin just wants to stay at range, keep him on the end of long straight shots.
Nice jabs from John Marvin there. He just moves around to his left-hand side. Right hand counter thrown by Coyley, but that one comes off the gloves. In keeping with amateur tradition throughout the last 3 days, the first round is a little bit quieter and the tempo raises in the second. Nice hook to the body from Marvin. Again, that's lead right uppercut, and he just sort of touches the jab to the head of Okoye to measure the distance, and then thumps that right hand in. And it's well, shot. He won't have the luxury of throwing against many opponents, but as you mentioned, the height of Okoye means that it is the perfect shot to throw. A nice clubbing right hand from Okoye landed though there. Okoye just jabbing to the body and then clinching. It's another Haringey boxer in the final. And as we mentioned, Nicola Adams, the winner of this competition, a standout performer from the club, and she went on to London 2012 success. Now Martin opening up with a few nice combinations. Moves off with a jab. And he is making it tough in there for Okoye.
Every now and again he's been sinking in these sort of hard bursts. Even his right hook looks like it's got some power on it.
There's a nice lead right hand over the top there, and here is corner man Brian John just watching on, just calmly delivering a few instructions ringside. Jerry Wilmot alongside him, two of the organisers of the competition. That was a nice right hand on the inside from Okoye, and John Marvin took it extremely well. Did click the chin from right to left.
Just every now and again, as Marvin's happily punching away, he gets caught out by a hook or two looping over the top.
Do you think that is the danger of getting a little bit too comfortable in the middle of a bout, John, is that you suddenly can leave yourself open when you least expect it?
Yeah, absolutely. Just at the end there, Coley's right shot in, but Marvin hasn't looked badly hurt at any great stage, so I'm not sure if Coley's got the power to make the most of those successes he has.
Certainly a measure of composure in the corner of John Marvin there on the left of your screen in the red vest. Taking some deep breaths in, and wow, it must be mentally and physically exhausting 3 days, because it's not just the 3 or 4 rounds that the competitors we see are boxing in the ring. That probably is something that they're well used to in training and something that they do most days in the gym, but the weigh-in, the warming up, warming down, they're getting the adrenaline spike before a bout, must really take it out of you, and I'm sure we'll see some exhausted competitors as the action starts to wind down this evening.
Especially as these are long days, so if you're waiting all day, it must be hard just to keep yourself relaxed, figure out the right time to warm up, so you're sharp, not drained, not letting the nervous energy get to you as well.
Well, it hasn't been too long a wait for these lads, and that was scheduled for 3 o'clock, so well on time in terms of the competitors in and out of the ring. So by and large, the boxers will know when they're on and They will be able to warm themselves up accordingly. So it's not a complete guessing game in terms of the schedule. It's been fantastically well organised competition on the whole over the last 3 days. We spoke about the teething problems in the quarter-finals. 400 competitors all boxing in one evening. I mean, that is quite some feat, and really it ran over till sort of midnight, 1 o'clock, but it's got to be expected, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I think everyone wants the chance to compete in this, everyone wants to win it. And so you're sort of stuck in that conundrum. If you're going to get everyone about that you can, it's going to be a long, late night. That's a pretty remarkable job by the organisers. Haringey, it's only a small club, and yet they're organising this massive event with even more boxers entering it than major international tournaments.
And that's put their club firmly on the map, and they're being well represented by Kingsley Coyley, but he's up against a well-schooled opponent in John Marvin here, and he looks a little bit tired there, Coyley, as he steps forward. He's been pushed to the floor. Marvin back to work behind his jab, starting to really thud those rights in behind the guard, and Coyley hangs on again. Do you think he's been hurt at all there?
Well, Coyley, he sort of, you know, those right hands do look hurtful, and you see a jab there go in, but when Coyley gets inside, he's really smothering Marvin, taking the sting out of Marvin's work. So Kingsley's done this many times before. This is his home turf, so.
And that was nice from Coyley there. Just slip to the right hand side, bang the uppercut into the body, then a left hook. Again, Martin just back behind the jab. Wild with the uppercut off the back of it though that time. Just in danger of looking slightly ragged, and he's caught with nice right hand over the top of the jab. And then back to work, and John Marvin's put a lot into this. He's boxed extremely well, but Coyley's still in front of him, and that can be a bit disheartening when you have hit somebody with pretty much everything you've got, and they're still there, and they're still coming forward, and they're still throwing punches.
Exactly, and just weave his way beneath your jab and suddenly catching him. Marvin was the better performer overall, but you know, Kingsley Coyley had a pretty decent third round. In the third, he was often doing what he wanted to.
Well, terrific action, and both men giving a good account of themselves in that 75 kilo Class A final. And we'll find out who the winner is just a few moments' time. If you are watching this on the web, londonlive.co.uk. Now back in the studio on the main channel. So keep watching, and we'll be back on there shortly with a ringside interview with the winner and a few highlights as well. We hope you've enjoyed the action so far. We'll be with you with the next bout in a few minutes' time.
please.
Many thanks, Charlie. Welcome back to Ring A, the great hall in Alexandra Palace for this Youth A 64 kilo final. Three-minute rounds. Tony Buttigieg from Lansbury in the red corner. James Cleary from Olympic Galway in the blue. And early on, you can just see Cleary boxing out of the southpaw stance, all in blue. That's the right hand leading forwards. And John, some of the complications that can occur when southpaw and an orthodox meet.
Well, most boxers normally box with their left hand in front, and when you're coming up against a southpaw, everything's the opposite way around. So everything's different. You have to move sort of in the opposite direction to avoid the power shots. Southpaws, they're quite used to coming up against orthodox boxers, typically right-handed, but with their left hand in front. However, when they come up against another southpaw or someone who switches, then the sort of shoes on the other foot, everything's opposite for them and what they're used to.
Speaking of the other foot, obviously the other thing that happens is the front feet can clash and they can trip over each other because they're much nearer. But already we've seen an interesting adjustment from Tony Buttigieg. He switched hits to southpaw momentarily. He's back in the orthodox stance now. Just throws the right and the left hook. A little bit loopy with those shots.
Yeah, like you say, he's just winging those across. And swinging them more with his arms than putting his proper weight behind them, proper technique.
Clearly just complaining with the ref that Buttigieg is holding a little bit too much. The man in red also adjusting his head guard. Buttigieg much slighter, much rangier of the two men. Cleary much more shorter and compact. As a result, you see Buttigieg trying to keep this one at range. That was a lovely right hand hook, right hand lead there from Buttigieg. Another example of some competent switch hitting. Oh, and a superly, brilliantly timed jab. I think really caught Cleary completely off balance there.
I think it was more balanced, yeah.
Absolutely not a shot that hurt Cleary, and I think he looks disappointed and annoyed with himself, but brilliantly timed.
Yeah. It was the timing, well-placed jab, caught his balance. But just because he's had a standing 8 count, the judges don't necessarily have to award that round to Buttigieg 10-8. In amateur boxing, it's more a case of dominance that you're looking forward to decide whether it's a 10-8 round. So there's still everything to fight for.
And it's sort of loose work from Tony Buttigieg. He's long and limber. So far, been quite effective. And Cleary, on the other hand, just walking him down and muscle himself and impose his will on the man in red. And there you see him just charging straight forward.
And the problem for Buttigieg is if he gets himself square on, as he does from time to time on the ropes, and then he's swinging these wide arm punches, he could be open for Cleary. He just comes straight down the middle at him.
And that is one thing you do see in the amateurs, is back against the ropes and those feet come square. And of course you want to stay as side on as you can, present the smallest target possible for your opponent to hit. And I suppose all part of the learning process.
Absolutely, yeah. These are youth class boxers. That's why they're wearing the headgear. But generally in this tournament, we've seen some real quality young boxers who are coming through.
And there is Tony Buttigieg from Lansbury ABC. Sort of over the Docklands way, I believe. James Cleary, Olympic Galway in Ireland, in the blue corner, looking fired up and ready to go. Frustrated, I think, from that early knockdown, and really now wanting to sort of stamp his mark on this second round. I think body language signals that Cleary's about to come out very fast indeed.
Does look pumped up. But Buttigieg, he kind of holds his lead hand out, and that's just to frustrate Cleary, just to stop him from closing in.
That's better from Cleary.
Big left hook from Cleary.
Oh, nice left to the body from Cleary again. Managing to apply that pressure thoughtfully and effectively, but aggressively, to Tony Buttigieg, whose head's now pushed down as the referee separates them. Again, the referee will try and limit holding in the centre of the ring.
Saw just then something you can get away with when you're wearing headguards. Both have their hands up, that sort of stepped into each other head first, so the headgear protect them from getting bruised or cut. But as they progress on to senior level and the headgear comes off, those are things, habits you need to avoid and get out of.
Well, there's a debate that's come to the fore of amateur and semi-professional boxing in the World Series. The announcement that the headguards are going to be removed from the elite levels of the amateur competition, the Olympic Games and the World Championships a couple of years ago, and has caused more cuts in some of the international competitions. And of course, one-off bouts where you've got time to recover, it's not so much of an issue. But in tournaments like this, we have got a box over 3 days. If the cut opens up the first or the second day, and you do progress to the next round, it can end up being the undoing if an opponent uses it as a target.
Cleary's really putting the pressure on him now.
Just a slip there from Tony Buttigieg. He was under a bit of pressure, just the right foot went from beneath him, and now just a little bit of bravado, just has those hands swinging right the way down by his waist. As if to say to Cleary, the pressure's not bothering me, keep bringing it forwards. But at the moment, Cleary getting the better of the exchanges.
Good snapping shots to the head from Cleary. Maybe Buttigieg's starting to tire a bit. Let's feel the pace his Irish opponent is setting.
A nice head movement from Buttigieg in the corner there, hands low, landed a couple of shots, and those shots are very difficult to see when they are thrown from, not even just by the waist, below the waist, as Tony Buttigieg was throwing them then.
Yeah, the way he moves, it's quite unusual, not sort of what you'd expect. It's not necessarily textbook boxing, but can make him awkward and difficult for Cleary.
Well, an interesting round. Buttigieg finished quite well there, making Cleary miss in the corner, landing a few nice shots and hands by his sides to show the judges that he wasn't particularly hurt. But Cleary started off the round very strongly indeed and put him under a sustained period of pressure. So, as we said, important to start the round fast, but almost as important to finish it well.
That is, I mean, it shouldn't, but it really does help. You know, finishing a round strong, it leaves that good impression. But I thought Cleary was motoring forward pretty well.
We see Buttigieg just mentally preparing himself for this third and final round. Just Olympic Galway's James Cleary separates him from a Haringey Box Cup gold. And the same applies for James Cleary, who's already on his feet, ready to go. Buttigieg now southpaw as he starts this round. And just sticking behind that right hand lead, moving away from Cleary at any opportunity, and almost getting his feet caught up with the referees then. He's using the full width of this ring, and ring A is the largest ring of the 4 in operation in Alexandra Palace this weekend. It does suit the style that Buttigieg is employing at this very moment. And really, is he signalling to the judges, John, that he believes he's in front and moving away and trying to just have a safe round? Is that sensible, do you think?
Perhaps so. Also, I wonder if the switch of stance and moving is something he wasn't happy with how things were going in the second round. He's taking a different approach. And when he's moving, just snagging Cleary with his jab. That's what he needs to do to win this last round, and that could start frustrating Cleary.
Well, clearly his movement, his corner rather, has told him to employ lots of movement and draw James Cleary onto shots. And as Cleary follows him around the ring, you just notice that he mirrors his movement. So when Buttigieg moves right, Cleary moves to his left to do what's called cutting off the ring, narrow the space, and it can be like boxing in a phone booth at times if somebody does it effectively. And James Cleary really keen to not let this one off. Buttigieg just chops a short right uppercut in there. A little bit cheeky that, and again, bizarre stance, isn't it? Now Cleary lands a right uppercut. Are we going to see some action in this third and final round? It's been very negative from Buttigieg for the first minute or so.
But I think that's been sensible from him. Probably the right tactics now. Land a shot, get out of the way so Cleary can't catch up to him.
As difficult as it is for Cleary to get on the inside, it's impressive work from Buttigieg to keep this one at distance when you have got somebody constantly walking towards you, constantly walking you down. Nice jab to the body there, right hand lead from Buttigieg. Takes a lead right to the jaw in return though from Cleary. We really have seen it all over the last 3 days in terms of clashes of styles. And a nice left backhand from Cleary to the body.
Cleary needs to get busier, just not landing quite enough punches in this round.
And Cleary's just got to bite down on his gum shield and start chucking a few shots in. Because this long-range contest is suiting Tony Buttigieg in this final round, and although he didn't start the stronger of the two, you feel he's really finished the better. Both men raise their hands, both anticipate the win. John, for you, it's a big call. Who would you give it to?
I actually think that was a close one. You know, I like what Cleary was doing in the second round. I think Buttigieg, you know, switched things up in the third, maybe got the third, so it all comes down to who you think got the first, and that might actually have been Buttigieg. So maybe a split decision his way, but we'll see.
Well, most of the decisions have been absolutely spot on over the last 3 days. One thing we will say is the judging has been exemplary. And
when you think about it, when there are hundreds of bouts in one competition, there are always going to be a few you don't agree with. But I wonder if the ratio here, if you think of how many controversial decisions you get in professional boxing, I mean, the ratio here compared to that must be so much better.
It's just honesty, isn't it? Just judging what you see. And by and large, what we see here is what is reflected in the judging. And they have got a tough decision to make. Well, disappointment for Tony Buttigieg.
Well, here we go at the 13th bout of the day in Ring A, with the Army's Ryan Fillingham in the red corner. Actually one of the top boxers in England, reached the semi-finals of the England Boxing National Championships this year. He's going up against Old School's Gary McKenna in the blue corner. McKenna in the blue, Fillingham, the Army man in the red. Both getting straight to the action. Fillingham jabbing first. You really want to establish that jab and then work off it. McKenna replies, landing a jab of his own. Busy start from both. They haven't spent too long trying to feel one another out.
A bit of bruising and marking up on the left eye of Finnegan, presumably from previous bout, either yesterday or the day before. As that accumulated punishment will leave a few sore heads Monday morning.
Just a marker, isn't it, that you pick up wear and tear day by day when you're boxing back to back. So only really got the night to recover, and that often can only be a few hours really. If you box late, you've got to get up again to weigh in and then try and rest until you compete.
I suppose an important microcosm of the bigger tournaments that some of these boxers will go on to compete in, having to box at short notice with only maybe a day's rest in between and multiple weigh-ins. So not just the experience they gain from having multiple number of bouts in a short space of time, but just the format of the competition as well.
Absolutely, yeah. That's what the Box Cup like this really helps those boxers with international ambitions. This gives them a taste of the format of international competitions that you didn't used to get too often in England, though actually the sort of later stages of the national elite championships have caught up and is now structured like this Box Cup day after day. Fillingham here is starting to bring in some powerful straight right crosses.
A bit of blood from the man from the Army boxing team in red. Like you say, landing some good shots.
Over the years, actually, the Army has produced some outstanding boxers, particularly at lightweight. A few years ago, Martin Stead was the Army lightweight, who I think won 3 ABA national titles back to back. Even got a win over Tom Stalker, GB captain at the last Olympics.
Really? So good company. Fillingham here, proving his worth as well. Crashes that left hook into the body, and that got to have stung. McKenna took it well, but shoves Fillingham over, and a wry smile from the man in the red corner. It's a fair bit of blood on the face there. The referee just dusting those gloves down, and they go to their corners. End of first round, the Senior A 60 kilo men's final.
Fillingham's nose is bleeding, isn't it?
Really is, yeah, and they've got to do a bit of work on that.
But maybe McKenna just pushing him over at the end, perhaps more a sign of frustration.
And there he's taking some instructions, Fillingham in his corner. And the blood from the nose now been wiped off, and no sign of it anymore, but it was bleeding pretty profusely in both nostrils. There it is.
At least there's not as much of a problem, say, a cut over the eye. There, the blood can obscure your vision, or even the swelling.
I will say a cut under the eye is the ideal place to have it if you're going to have it.
Better off trying not to, though.
Oh, absolutely.
Even though they're lightweights, they've got some power, don't they?
Well, absolutely, and both quite flat-footed, and they stand and trade, and both seem happy to do so. Loading up with some nice sort of short to mid-range work, but a great deal of holding. It's good work this from both. Problem seeing a bit of inside work and nice rolling and throwing hooks to the body. You say a bit more full-blooded than the work we've seen in some of the previous contests.
He's brought some body shots in now. Both putting a lot into this round actually, so fitness and stamina could become factors.
This one, three-minute rounds. As you say, high volume from both men. Fillingham just bobbing and weaving, throwing some hooks to the body, and then pops a few from McKenna in return.
They are just planting themselves in the middle of the ring, but moving their bodies and just, well, looking to slug it out.
It's more attritional this, isn't it, than some of the technical bouts we've seen. Both boxers seem to prefer it that way. It doesn't seem that they've been, either one has been forced into it particularly.
Gonna rock Fillingham back to the ropes there for a moment. Fillingham just pushes his way forward just to get away, get clear. There's an eye-catching right hook from McKenna. Or head-catching, technically.
You see Fillingham just trying to clear the nostrils there, and a lot of blood coming from there. Can restrict the breathing. Again, both bobbing and weaving, similar stylistically, really.
Yeah, but quite an entertaining blend because they're just standing there and going for it. But you know, there's some very talented lightweights in Britain and Ireland. You'll see with the sort of, you know, the best of the best, the champions. There's more mobility, more moving around the ring. Say Luke McCormack is top English lightweight at the moment. A real slick, classy operator. Someone to look out for actually during the qualification period for Rio 2016 or even Tokyo 2020.
Is Luke out in Azerbaijan for the Europeans?
He is out in Azerbaijan at the moment.
So we'll be keeping a close eye on him out there. Meanwhile, in London, Ryan Fillingham and Gary McKenna are putting on quite a show for those ringside. There was a nod of acknowledgement from Fillingham as they ended that round, as if to say, this is a good old slug.
There could well be everything to fight for in the third and last round.
Now here we go, the 10-second message delivered to both corners. They now meet in the centre of the ring. Final bout between Ryan Fillingham in the red corner, Gary McKenna in the blue. One of whom will be crowned the 60-kilo Haringey Box Cup champion.
In a grueling battle like this, whoever's kind of grinding their way forward onto the front foot, even if they're both landing, could just be what impresses the judges.
Nice right hook landed from Gary McKenna. Now Fillingham returns fire. This has got to be a tough one to score for the judges because both men are throwing, both men standing there. Neither's really been pushed back particularly more than the other. Both have landed shots. A nice right hand off the back of that exchange with Gary McKenna digging into the body.
So every now and again in this round, McKenna's just got in one of those flush, thudding shots.
As Fillingham steps back into range, kind of just catching him on the way back in. That's better head movement for Fillingham. Then a nice left and right hand lands from him. Real to and fro encounter. Not long to go now in this third and final round. Draws to a close. Referee just telling him to watch the heads. Well, we pondered whether we'd see some tired legs and arms if they kept up this punch output at the beginning of the first round, and as it's progressed they've just both maintained this, so a real testament to both boxers' fitness and conditioning.
Yeah, they've really poured in the effort, just loads of punches going in, big left hook from Fillingham, but McKenna comes back throwing more and more.
Well, terrific encounter between these two young men. Attritional slugfest, you might call it. And it's going to be a very, very tough one for the judges to score. I wouldn't like to put any bets on it. Great work from men in both corners. I'm sure whichever earns the gold medal, they would have both earned each other's respect in the ring.
Yep, whoever wins it has really had to work for it.
So we will get the decision imminently. See Dan O'Sullivan there at the bottom of your screen, just collating the judges' scorecards and having the final information confirmed. The boxes will then be brought to the centre. A lot of mutual respect in Ryan Finnegan, a worthwhile winner. Well, the men's 75 kilo final, the senior A class, three-minute rounds. Kyle Hayward in the red corner, at the bottom left of your screen. Ahmed Rossi, top right in the blue from the Narva Boxing Club in Stockholm. Another international competitor reaching the finals, John.
Yep, just a sign of some of the strong entrants that have come from overseas. Straw looked impressive yesterday with his win over Haringey's Kiev Del Dyer, but it'll be interesting to see what Kyle Hayward from Earl Shilton has about him. Earl Shilton, his club, has had some success in the Haringey Box Cup before. They used to bring down a particularly fearsome light welterweight called Sam Bowen, who was frankly a bit of an animal.
Hayward on the back foot, box out of that orthodox stance, but not given a great deal of room by Ahmed Rossi.
And Rossi got him with a very hard body shot there. Hayward doing just the right thing to hold on to him, try and get his breath back.
Bangs in that left backhand. Tries to tie Rossi up onto the ropes. Rossi's having none of it. Keen to get to work.
And Hayward in the red. He's reached the junior ABAs in the past, but Straw's physicality could be a bit of a problem for him in this contest. Just needs to get used to this tempo. While Ahmed Rossi has started very fast.
That was the first Earl Shilton boxer in the final in Ring A this afternoon. Remember, you can check out the other bouts on londonlive.co.uk. Live web streams on all of the rings. No commentary, of course, but right here, 2 more rounds to be contested between Hayward and Rossi, determining the 69 kilo welterweight victor in the senior men's A class. Again, just what we saw from Rossi yesterday, walking his man down, giving him a great deal of room to move and work. And Hayward's led well with that left hand. A nice bit of head movement there to evade the oncoming shots. It's better work from the man in the red corner. A good spell from Kyle Hayward.
Seems like he's just getting used to the pace now. Maybe he was caught out a little bit cold at the start.
And now Rossi comes on strong as this round draws to a close.
And Rossi just charged after him, put sort of body weight behind a left hook, really jolted Hayward's head.
That was a nice finish from Hayward. 1-2. Banged in the left hook to the body. Both boxers retreat to their corners. Competitive opening round. Good quality that we saw from both in the semi-finals yesterday afternoon. Of course, if you are just tuning in, see the amateurs there, no head guards as this is a senior competition. So the female bouts and the juniors still have head guards. Not too much in the way of cuts over the last 3 days, John.
No, actually, we've seen sort of one bad one that really caught our attention. A couple of nicks and bruises. So maybe that's a sign that the transition is being made. People are getting used to boxing without the headgear on. Also, hopefully without that head guard slightly obscuring your vision, you can get a bit more head movement, see the incoming punches better. I suppose for those boxers who have ambitions ultimately to turn professional, then getting used to boxing without head guards at an early stage of their career is no bad thing.
Well, starting to open up a little bit this bout now. A little bit more free flowing. Rossi not quite so come forward as he was in the first 3 minutes. Oh, thumping right hook to the body from Rossi. A nice check. Front right hook from Hayward. Oh, and a lovely lead left hook through the guard as well.
That was excellent. Hayward was just moving off, then stopped. Caught Rossi out.
Nice uppercut on the inside from Ahmed Rossi. Carl Hayward hangs on. He jabs and then puts the left backhand through the middle of the guard. Rossi's shown a good chin. He's taken 2 or 3 shots flush on the chin.
He's a handful, isn't he, Rossi? Dynamic. Keeps chugging forward, big hooks.
Tough. Strong hooks to the head. Hayward being put to the test as well as Rossi. I haven't seen many easy finals for any of our competitors, and they've all been closely matched, and all the victors have been made to work for their victories, and Rossi just misses the wild right hook. And again, just a sneaky little left straight from Hayward. Find its target with more and more frequency, and well, perhaps commentators curse, but the cut above the right eye of Carl Hayward has opened up. Of course, it won't be too impactful, so he'll have plenty of downtime after this competition, traditionally marking the end of the amateur season here in the UK. But nonetheless, it may well impede him going into the next round. We'll have to take a closer look at that in just a couple of minutes' time.
It didn't look too bad. It looked like more of a nick at first, but could well get worsened.
Let's see if we can have a look in the red corner. It's a cut above the right eye of Carl Hayward, just being worked on there by his corner man. Traditionally, they'll sort of soak up as much of the blood as possible, and then they'll put a thick coat of Vaseline on. Coagulants used in the professional game?
In the amateurs, there is, I can't remember off the top of my head actually, there are certain stipulations of what you're allowed to use, but you know, it's a new development, a new skill. Dealing with cuts in amateur boxing, it's, you know, when we had the head guards, it wasn't so much of a problem.
You see the cut there, it's almost it looks like an extension of the right eyebrow, Kyle Hayward. So while will Ahmed Rossi use that as a target in this final 3 minutes? Well, Hayward now the aggressor, just pushing Rossi back onto the ropes. Good spell from him. Rossi's just the kind of guy that you fire at him and he'll return fire almost instinctively.
Yeah, he was trying to boss this the last round. Rossi keeps finding the shots and the hooks to fire back at him. Pause now as the doctor's called over. Just take a look at that cut.
Well, it doesn't look too bad from here at all, and you and I have seen some pretty bad ones in the WSB. Kez Ashfaq's one that springs to mind. Can't remember off the top of my head who he was in against, but a real bad clash above the. I believe it might have been against the Ukraine.
Yeah, we have seen, certainly in the World Series of Boxing, which is this quasi-pro hybrid, sort of 5-rounders, box on the pro rules, but still available for amateur boxers. We've seen some really bad cuts in that have been allowed to go on. We expect things to be a bit tighter here.
And Hayward screwing in that lead right, jab come uppercut. Rossi double jabs his way in, and you can see he was aiming for that cut with the left eye. He was aiming for the left side of Hayward's head. Bangs in a right hand behind it. Ooh, led with the elbow a little bit there.
Yeah, he almost pushed him with his forearm. It's not a legal blow.
The referee just telling him to watch the head, but watch the forearm as well.
Good third round Hayward, but has never quite managed to contain Rossi.
No, I think Rossi is he's one of those uncontainables, quite frankly. What we've seen of him, we saw him yesterday in the semi-final. I remember seeing him in the quarters, but no, there's just not much stopping a competitor with his will. And there is a lot of fight in him, even now, just throwing full-blooded shots right towards the end of a really busy 3 days for these guys, quite frankly. And the bell goes, and I'm sure both men, regardless of the result, will be pleased with their performance on balance. And Carl Hayward's priority will be getting that cut tended to. And Dan O'Sullivan now to reveal the result to us.
got checked in.
Thanks, Charlie. Well, an enticing prospect ahead of us. This Senior 8 60-kilo bout, and well, as expected, Ali Schruer starting with some just bizarre posturing. Put in a good performance yesterday, but my word, confidence isn't even the right adjective, is it, John?
He's almost showboating already, dropping his hands, just standing there waiting for Smith to come towards him. Not really a recommended tactic, but this draw, Ali seemed very confident indeed. He's come over from Norway with a knot of supporters.
One of a number of brothers who made it into the finals, and was a static opening minute from both these two. And we know that Mason Smith is a hot prospect. He's a sharp jab to the body, and he can bang a little bit as well. And there it is, right hand lands, and you see Schruer just stretching out the jaw muscles. He felt that. I don't know whether he'll get away with the sort of posturing and the sort of showboating that we saw yesterday against a lad of Mason Smith's quality, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Mason Smith now opens up with a nice combination.
It's clear straw, well, swaying back there, but he's bringing his gloves up a little bit, and that's the risk when you try to drop your hands and sway back from punches. A hard shot over the top can catch you, but sometimes straw is getting away with it.
I always teach you not to just pull your head back out of range like that and lean back. And very few got away with it. And what springs to mind was Nassim Hamid, and that was on occasion because he also had a very good chin indeed. And Ali Schruer, on the end of a couple of nice shots here, he's evaded a few, but he's also eaten a few. And Mason Smith stalking him, solid jab to the body, much the taller, stronger looking man, Smith. And he's just taking his time and either putting each other under pressure. That's a nice counter shot.
And what Smith needs to do is not get irritated by that showboating, not get sucked out of his own game. Just someone's being unusual, tricky, and you haven't quite figured them out yet. Just stick to your textbook boxing.
Schruer there, switching to southpaw, swinging at Smith, missing, and then making Smith miss with 3 or 4 shots of his own, bobbing and weaving. Well, whether you like the style or not, hard to take your eyes off it. And he's landed a nice couple of shots to the head there of Mason Smith.
Straw just carry a bit of power with him.
Mason Smith much more compact, orthodox style, both in stance and in the manner in which he throws shots. But he is a little bit wild with those hooks. Straw leans in, and I don't think there'll be any love lost between those two after those first couple of minutes.
Straw was almost snarling at him just at the end of the first round. And I suppose if it gets a bit scrappy like that, you could see heads clashing. You could see a cut maybe if they're not careful.
Well, there's already some blood from the nose of Ali Schruer after his semi-final yesterday. We know that he is vulnerable to a shot or two, and he can be hurt as well. He's wobbled on occasion. And he did stick around to watch Mason Smith's semi-final after he boxed yesterday, so you'll know roughly what he's up against. So the second round ahead. 3-minute round, senior A-class, 60-kilo category. Ali Schruer in the red, from Tonsberg in Norway. Mason Smith from Finchley Amateur Boxing Club in London in the blue.
He's well supported here, Mason Smith, but his family, friends and fans are being a little bit quiet, I suppose. Smith's having to be cagey here and careful with the unusual proposition in front of him.
Oh, it's a lovely lead right hand there. Just glanced off the side of the cheek of Ali Schruer. Schruer's got an abundance of hand speed, good footwork too.
He's just waiting, isn't he, Schruer? Trying to lure Smith in before he uncorks one of those heavy shots.
Good head movement from Stewart, and he is making Smith miss on occasion. And he's showing patience and a little bit less posturing, a little bit less playing about, and perhaps a reflection that the level of opposition he's up against has indeed risen. Nice jab to the body from Mason Smith.
Smith at least is the one being a bit more active here. You know, picking out a jab every now and again, just landing a shot. But sure, it is tricky.
That's a nice combination from Ali Sroor. Smith now putting him under pressure. Terrific encounter this. And now Sroor on the ropes, and Smith unloading. He's got Ali Sroor in trouble. The referee hasn't stopped it. He's administered a standing 8 count, but spaghetti leg from Ali Sroor. We said he was hurtable yesterday, and Nathan Smith has proved it. Smith in the corner. Can he capitalise?
Now in amateur boxing, you can just hand someone a standing count if they haven't been dropped. Gives the referee an opportunity to check they're all right.
Well,
but now Straw's getting cleaned up, so he's been given the chance to recover.
Good. Best part of half a minute, and Sroor comes swinging in, but the legs are not underneath him. He hangs on. Smith has got to pounce on this opportunity. Sroor will not keep swinging. A lovely right hand there. Takes him down for the second time. Sroor on his feet, blood from the nose of him, but he's gung-ho. He's going to fight till the end, but can Smith get the finish? Sroor locks him up in the corner. I thought it was going to be interesting. It's living up to expectations. Mason Smith senses that the end is nigh. Jabs away to the body again, and Sroor now just seems to perhaps have his legs underneath him. Oh, left hook comes out with a nice counter from Smith, and now he opens up again, catches Sroor through the centre of the guard, and now he's opening up. Not a lot coming back from Sroor. He swung and missed, bares his teeth at Smith. Absolutely terrific final. Certainly pick of the afternoon so far, and now Sroor lands a right hand of his own, and Smith took it well, smiles to the crowd who rise in appreciation. John, that's got to be round of the tournament so far, isn't it?
Probably so far, yeah, I think so. And Straw's defiant, but he was getting beaten up there, and after that first standing count, Straw's balance didn't look quite all right. Maybe that second knockdown, that second time he touched down, he was half swinging himself off balance, but I think the power of Smith had gotten to him, and even right at the end, when he was walking back to his corner, he didn't seem like he had his legs fully under him.
Well, it was a cagey opening round, and another bizarre one. Look at the blood pouring from the nose of Ali Sroor. But Mason Smith has turned the tide firmly in his favour through round 2. We knew it had the makings of a good one, and it's just great when a bout lives up to expectations.
Yeah, it's great to see a young boxer like Mason Smith. It's been very interesting to see where he goes after this.
So Smith and Sroor to battle it out for 3 more minutes. 2 knockdowns for Smith in the second round, but Sroor defiantly and viciously swinging away, and he certainly will not go quietly. Mason Smith stalks. Oh, Smith's caught him with a nice counter, but Sroor rather caught Smith with a nice counter, but now Smith begins to open up and he's hurt. Sroor's taking some big shots. He says to the referee he's okay. So a lot of blood flew ringside. The referee saying box on. And Sroor has shown not just showboating that he did yesterday, he's actually shown some real strength of character because he's been up against it. He comes back clubbing shots to to Mason Smith rather. He will not go quietly. Certainly would have earned Mason Smith's respect here if nothing else. And we've shown that there's more substance to add to the style that we have seen from Ali Sroor, but Mason Smith is the boss of this one so far. Sroor steps in, clubbing left and right hand. Didn't seem to bother Smith though. Looks clear-headed and he just covers up. Oh, bizarre from Ali Sroor there, and the referee didn't look impressed at all, pulling the head down of Smith and then throwing a punch as he went down.
I think the referee intercepted that punch, which was good refereeing. But yeah, still dangerous, Struer.
So wild animals are at their most dangerous when they're hurt and caged and cornered, and Struer at the moment is a real example of that. He goes down again. It was a slip that time. Goodness me, both boxers have given each other something to think about. Nice counter left hook from Mason Smith. And Struer, for much the small amount, really does pack some venom in those shots. Oh, goodness me, a left-hand counter from Struer. Smith caught it flush on the chin. Oh, goodness me, Struer swinging back again. And
Smith needs to be careful with those. He's in the ascendancy, but he doesn't want to get carried away and wander on.
well, credit to Ali Struer, really, John, because he looked down and out 2.5, 3 minutes ago, and now this is anybody's round. Mason Smith digging in that one too. Struer now with the hands down, leads with the jab, swings and misses with the right. Smith counters, nice flurry and a glove, I think, touched down from Ali Struer there. Went unnoticed by the referee. What a tremendous encounter that was. That was exhausting to watch. I dread to think what those two men feel like. Well, I've got a new co-commentator, Mason Smith. How are you feeling after that? I'd suggest that was potentially bout of the tournament so far.
Yeah, I'm just speechless. It was a good.
Bit closer there, mate.
You're speechless. I'm speechless. Very good bout. Enjoyed it, and I just give it 100%.
Were you surprised, because Ali Shrew stayed and watched you? I don't know how much you'd seen of him before, but the semi-final last night, he was a bit of a Prince Nassim, a lot of showboating, a lot of bizarre posturing. When he came out, were you slightly bemused with what you saw? Because he switched hits a lot, he sort of had his hands down. What did you make of that in the first round?
To be fair, I've been sparring someone called Mo Gharib. He's boxed exactly the same as Ali Shrew. I knew what I was up for. I just had to keep composed and box him.
And you dropped him twice in the second round, I think it was. First round was quite close, and then you really asserted your dominance in the second round.
Yeah.
Were you amazed, and were you quite surprised at how much he kept firing back, given that his legs looked to have gone in the second round?
Yeah, I was surprised because he boxed Friday, Saturday and Sunday. I was a bit surprised. I only boxed yesterday, so I was a bit more fresher. But he did, he kept coming forward and he gave me a good fight.
Now, you've been tipped to us as a bit of a hot prospect, and you impressed us yesterday, and even more so today. Given what we saw with Ali Shrew, we thought he could be a tricky boxer to negotiate. You boxed very well indeed. What are your ambitions in the sport over the next couple of years?
This year, it's only my first year in the seniors. I went in the ABAs, got to London semi-finals, and I thought I'd done well. First year in the London semi-finals, but I was looking to turn pro. I just wanted to see what people's opinions were. They said give it another 2-3 years. I want to win the ABA title first and box for Great Britain.
Excellent. Well, listen, we've been very, very impressed with you here ringside. It was a great performance, and I imagine it's a lovely feeling to be the gold medalist at the Box Cup.
Feeling.
Excellent. Listen, we'll let you get back to it, mate, but nice to meet you and well done.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you.
Cheers, Mason.
Bye.
4 minutes.
Thanks, Charlie. It is indeed the senior A 91 kilo category, one below the super heavyweights. Dan Williams and Ches Niehout. Williams boxing out of Hayes, Niehout, the Army boxing team. An interesting prospect ahead. Williams boxed and progressed well to the ABA London finals.
I thought he might have been the man to win it at heavyweight outright this year. Didn't get out of London though, but last year in the quarterfinals of the England Boxing National Championships, he gave the man who would be champion then, Warren Baster, a real war. But in Ches Niehout, strong Army heavyweight, could have a tough, rough customer. Oof.
Well, already Niehout putting Williams under some early pressure, flooding away to the body.
Now got a good left hook into the head there.
Leads with the left hook that time. Dan Williams hasn't really got into his rhythm, or perhaps hasn't been allowed to get into his rhythm in the opening minute.
You do not want to give away the first round. Amateur boxing, you've only got 2 left to try and catch up if you fall behind.
The referee just warning Nihal, watch the head. Now Williams considerably taller, longer range. We're looking to keep Ches Nihal at range behind that jab. Nice combination on the inside there from Williams, finishing on a left hook. And as we saw in the super heavyweight final earlier, John, height and reach certainly isn't the be-all and end-all.
No. Sometimes the shorter boxer can just explode up and catch the taller man when he's unawares. In this case, Nihal seems to be just bombing through what's been coming back at him. And Dan Williams is looking uncomfortable under that pressure.
All a question of work rate and consistency, being able to maintain that output. Nihal is you almost think visually, just to the eyes, we've doubled the work rate of Dan Williams in this opening couple of minutes. Whether that is sustainable, it's down to his conditioning and fitness. And if it isn't sustainable, Dan Williams may find him out a little way down the stretch, because he's a big lad, long-levered. Those heavy shots, Williams. And Nihal is the aggressor at the moment, and he certainly looks to be taking this first round. He needs to be careful, he doesn't overexert himself. Working away to the body of Williams. Good first round from Nihal. Williams with perhaps a little bit of work to do in the second round.
Yeah, he can really do with sort of establishing his longer straight shots, just to at least keep Nihal away from him, give himself a bit of breathing room, let himself regroup, get his head back in the bout.
And there he is in the red corner, receiving a few instructions, and it looked like there it was touch jab and an uppercut to the body was being signalled by his corner man. That would be an effective shot against a slightly shorter opponent. Try and measure him as he comes in with the jab, and then throw that uppercut through the guard. A little bit of swelling on the right eye of Nihal, perhaps even a small cut underneath it, but
Looks almost like a graze, doesn't it?
Yeah, hard to discern whether that's from sort of opened up from something that was happened earlier on in the tournament, or whether that's from this opening round. But see, the eye, the skin under the eye is one of the thinnest places on the face. It is easy to cut there, but unusual to see a cut directly below the eye in that place. So we'll see how that one develops. Oh, and Nihal started very quickly indeed. Rock Williams with a couple of hard left hooks, sends Nihal to the neutral corner. And Williams receives a standing 8 count. Interesting development.
He was hurt there.
He's got his legs underneath him, Williams, and he seems to be okay, but it was a really, really strong start to second round for Nihal, and really it was Williams who needed the strongest start. Jabs, and then puts a left hook on the back of it.
I'm surprised Williams is going straight forward, getting in close. Could do with just staying away. Maybe he was trying to prove that he wasn't hurt. But these tough exchanges, when Nihal's been mauling in, they favour the Army boxer in the blue corner.
Oh, and he's caught him with another left hook there, and Williams has had to take that. He's got his back on the ropes. Williams in a little bit of trouble here. We talked about maintaining that pace. If Nihal catches him clean, or any cleaner than that, may not have to end the pace. It may be an early night's work. Williams now giving himself a bit of space. I just feel Williams is not quite jabbing enough as Nihal steps into the pocket.
I think so. And especially when things are going wrong, you've got to at least try and pick one thing to do to try and get yourself out of it. And maybe in Dan Williams' case, it would just be keep prodding out that jab. And just try and stave off these charges from Nihal, which are getting him right into the pocket where he wants to be with those powerful hooks. And even when Williams does jab, just seems
got a really hard task deterring Nihal from getting on the inside and exploding those barrage of punches. And again, that solid lead left hook from him. Such an aggressive come forward style. Unless you can back your opponents up with a stiff jab, or you can get out of the way using your feet, you are in for a long night, and Dan Williams is fortunately finding that out the hard way.
But big men like this, does only need one heavy punch to change the dynamic of a bout. And Dan Williams has a solid right cross. We just haven't seen him be able to get Nihal on the end of it.
Our heads coming together at the end of that second round. Dan Williams retreats to his corner, and you feel he's going to have to pull something pretty special out the bag in the last couple of minutes if he's to overturn what really is one-way traffic from Ches Nihal.
Yeah. And it's always interesting, or it would be interesting to be able to hear what his trainer in the corner is saying. There's only a minute between rounds, and really, once the boxer's got to his corner, had time to sit down, settle, the trainer's maybe only got 40 seconds left to communicate his messages. So in the heat of battle, he's going to have to keep those points simple and clear to try and tell Dan Williams what he needs to do to turn things around.
In terms of what they call the face test, Ches Nihal is a bit more marked up than Dan Williams, but doesn't really tell the story of the contest. That really quite pronounced black eye, a real mouse under the right eye. Almost looks sort of blister-esque. But no doubt about it, Nihal has been the boss in the opening couple of minutes, the opening 4 minutes. Williams trying to throw that counter right hand as Nihal walked forwards. But again, on the inside, so active, just throwing those short uppercuts, pumping away. Sucking the air out of Dan Williams, who is, well, most flat-footed at this stage.
Williams needs to get himself out of those up-close exchanges.
And no sooner does Williams back out of the pocket and try and give himself some space, Nihal just follows him wherever he goes.
Williams looked for a jab, a big right uppercut, but those punches sailed wide.
Oh, goodness me. That was a lead right hand from Dan Williams and a counter left hook from Nihal, landed bang on the button, and that sent Williams back onto his heels, really hurt him. And I just sense that he might be in survival mode now. Seems to have his wherewithal. That was a terrific shot.
He just can't manage to repel Nihal here.
Whatever Dan Williams throws, whatever he lands, Ches Nihal absolutely undeterrable. Almost a bit of a Marcos Maidana in there, just walking his man down, relentless punches from all angles, constantly throwing. Absolutely.
Ooh, that really shook.
Opponent.
Shook Danny Williams' head, and you just seen Williams is feeling the pain, feeling the pressure. The strength has been sapped out of his punches. He was just sort of flailing his arms out just to try and keep Nihal away. He bores inside.
And it is testament to the conditioning and the fitness of Ches Nihal. He's maintaining the output of punches, the volume that he's thrown. Is quite something special. Dan Williams, they're just having the head guard readjusted. I'm sure a welcomed break. Crushing right uppercut came in from Williams, but again knee help. Continues to throw. You suspect, bar an absolute miracle in these last 10 seconds, the gold medal only going one way, and that's to Ches knee help, despite Dan Williams' efforts. And there it goes. A big smile from Dan Williams. Absolutely terrific encounter.
Williams didn't find his form, but he's a tough man, isn't he?
Oh, he certainly is. He was up against it there. Took some 2 or 3 really flush shots to the chin. Took them well. And Ches knee help. Really, really impressed this afternoon. We'll go to the judge's decision. Oh, here we go. Action underway. Two really exciting female boxers. Orience Lungu and Alana Murphy. Lungu in the blue, Murphy in the red. Two with a good pedigree. Murphy the more experienced of the two. One of the first boxers to box against Katie Taylor at the National Stadium in Ireland just after the turn of the millennium. So that shows you just how long she's been in the game. Lungu, comparatively inexperienced, but by no means a novice amateur. She's had a fair few bouts of her own, and she's shown some terrific skills and tools in her armoury over the last few days. And the all-women and girls tournament in Grove Park a couple of weeks ago. Stylistically, very interesting matchup indeed.
Yeah, Lungu is, well, mobile, skillful, like you say, but in Alana Murphy, she's got someone who's strong, tough, and heavy-handed. So Lungu is going to have to use her footwork and not get drawn into punishing exchanges. Though already we've seen Murphy putting over some heavy right hands, catching Lungu.
A nice left hook off the end of that combination from Orience Lungu. Their inspirations as Pernell Whitaker and Vasyl Lomachenko, Roy Jones Jr. So tells you just a little bit about the sort of style that she employs. Lots of movement, lots of making your opponent miss and then landing your own shots. And stylistically, very, very nice to watch indeed. A great variety of shots, Lungu. Seemed to fly by that round.
Yeah. But 4 2-minute rounds here, I suppose.
You get used to the 3-minute rounds. Some of the bouts contested over 3-3-minute rounds, and one we're seeing here, 4 2-minute rounds. A 64-kilo female A-class category final. And for those of you who have just tuned in, John, we talk about the C class, the B class, and then the A class, and the difference between those. Just gives a brief overview of what we're talking about.
Class A is the elite, the more experienced boxers, so there isn't sort of an upper limit on the number of bouts they could have had, whereas the B class here is under 20. So again, it's all about matching the boxers right, so they're put in with opponents of a comparable experience, because there is a big difference as an amateur boxer sort of moves up through his or her first 5 bouts, 10 bouts, 20 bouts. By the time you get over 20, you are very much experienced, you know what you're doing in there. And some of the top internationals will have had hundreds of bouts under their belt.
And the ante's just been upped a little bit in this second round. Murphy stalking Lungu onto the ropes. Lungu just pinning her left arm. Lungu just inching back into space, trying to bring Murphy onto shots. Lands a nice jab, right hand combination.
In the first round, Murphy looked very solid. Lungu's faster hands kind of bounced off her headgear and gloves. Now Lungu's got to try and chip away at the army boxer.
Oh, that was nice from Lungu. Led with the jab, put the right hand behind it. Now Murphy just walking her back into the corner. Both keen to show the referee that they're not the ones holding, but they are both leaning on each other. Lungu just caught Murphy on the way in a couple of times. It was a nice response from Murphy.
That looked like a heavy left hook. Lungu may have stepped onto it as well.
But that was better from Lungu. Nice right hand landed, just bobbing and weaving on the ropes. Shoe shine from Murphy on the inside. In terms of international experience, you get much better than having boxed against Katie Taylor.
No, you can't really get better than that. I mean, Katie Taylor is pound for pound the best female boxer in the world, and she's held that position for many years now. She seems, well, almost unbeatable. And what marks Katie Taylor out is, as well as speed and skill, she's got real power as well. And so maybe those international lightweights who are going to be hoping to challenge Katie Taylor in the build-up to the next Olympics, working on their power to try and somehow deal with her speed and experience will be the way forward.
Well, it is a big ask. It's no small task for either of the two women in the ring in front of us, with 2 rounds ahead of them and both standing in each other's way of Haringey Box Cup gold medal in this 64 kilo category. Alana Murphy from the Army boxing team in the red, Orience Lungu, Haringey Boxing Club in the blue. Murphy leading with that left hook. Lungu covering up well. What's impressed me about Lungu is the way she slips shots, as she does there. In fact, slipped that shot so well. Just Murphy just tumbling down, and really she's mastered the art of bobbing and weaving in the pocket, and stylistically it's a good lesson for young amateurs looking up how to box defensively minded, but also with nice offensive shots as well.
Absolutely. Well, Murphy might be the heavier handed. You tend to think it's over 3 3-minute rounds that strength and physicality comes into it more, whereas for twos, probably more on the speed and skill side. And actually, that was quite a fundamental change for men's amateur boxing when it switched a few years ago from the 4-2s to the 3-3s.
The referee separating them. And the boxers box on. Murphy lands a left hook on the inside, and a bit of holding from both. And for the second time in only about 15 seconds, the referee has to separate them. Lungu moving around to her left-hand side, throws the jab. It's got a little bit scrappy over the last 20 seconds.
Yep. Lungu perhaps is getting drawn into these clinches, drawn into more of a fight than a boxing match. Murphy sort of chops away with short shots to the body, busier in the clinches.
As you say, it's that strength of Alana Murphy and the power that's winning her these exchanges, because Orience Lungu is keen to meet her in those exchanges, but hasn't quite got the gusto to push her opponent backwards.
Yeah, and you see sort of heavy-handed punches from Murphy. It just sort of jolts Orience's head back, so you can see the weight of them. Though every now and again, Lungu slants in, decent right hand. They haven't, though, really pushed Murphy onto the back foot at any stage.
So deep intake of breath for Orience Lungu. So her coach, Brian John, from Haringey Police and Community Boxing Club. He's been a coach there for a number of years now, as well as one of the event organisers this weekend. A bit of judging, a bit of refereeing, and certainly a busy man. And he'll be delivering instructions to his boxer, Orience Lungu. She comes out, makes Alana Murphy miss with that lead hook. And every time you see them jab at the same time and both land, it is Lungu who takes a backward step.
Lungu just wants to make use of this, the larger ring. Start moving away, moving around, not standing to trade with Murphy.
Lana Murphy up in the work rate. A sort of shoe shine on the inside. Couple of hooks to the head. Well, the referee's had his work cut out for him. Lungu not looking quite as good against the Lana Murphy as she has against some other opponents. I think she's not allowed to look as good. Those nice movement and combinations are not quite coming together as they have, and Murphy has used all the old pros tactics, and
it must be frustrating for Lungu every time she lands on these good shots, a good right. Murphy's still right in there, coming forward, right in her face.
again, it's the kind of the veteran tactics, just smothering and covering your opponent's work. And, well, not necessarily sure that caught fire as we anticipated that it might, but an interesting contest nonetheless, John.
Yeah. I think it was...
Thanks, Charlie. Well, we're in the home straight in terms of action this afternoon. Just 4 more scheduled final bouts here in Ring A. And this one is going to be really interesting indeed. You can hear the crowd and see them on your screen behind us. The level of noise has gone up a little bit. It's a youth A-class 75 kilo middleweight bout. Benjamin Whittaker from Wodensborough in the red corner. Lewis Richardson from Centurions in the blue. Ben Whittaker, somebody, John, that we've really got our eye on for the future.
He is someone on the radar. He is one of the top youth boxers in England at the moment. He actually won the England Boxing Youth Championships and got a silver medal in the GB Three Nations.
Just 18 years of age. 6'3", 6'4". Super athletic physique and really long arms. And,
just to think he's come up from welterweight as well. He's a very tall middleweight.
just giving us a little smile there. He seems to really enjoy it when he's in the ring as well, which is nice to see.
But he'll want to impress because the top English youth boxers, they've got the Youth Commonwealth Games coming up in Samoa later this year. They'll be finding out who's selected for that soon. So obviously Ben Whittaker has got a rival on the England squad alone, Zach Chelly, who he beat in the England Boxing Champions, but then beat him in the GBs. And meanwhile, Lewis Richardson in the blue corner from Centurions.
And this is terrific stuff, John. Sorry to interrupt. Terrific stuff. And Whittaker there, you're saying he wants to impress. And some of the shots he was landing, long single shots, leading with the right hand and then pulling his head out of range. Very, very impressive in this first round.
And Richardson has won a gold medal at the Haringey Box Cup last year, so he's not an easy opponent.
And Richardson, southpaw, leading with that right hand, hasn't really been able to land a lot. An applause as that one clubbed in, but I think really it came largely off the gloves. A nice lead from Whittaker there as well. Oh, that's terrific stuff. Whittaker throwing those shots in the first phase, pulling his head back, then throwing another counter. So stuff they teach at the podium squad. The GB amateurs fighting in phases. It's really quite advanced stuff and really nicely done as well. Whittaker leaning in, throwing those counter shots, but Lewis Richardson is looking sharp himself. Sort of bout, I suppose, you really like to see stylistically. Sort of clean, crisp shots, and saw a couple of these yesterday. Kind of reminds you of the old amateur days, this.
Yeah, this is the style of boxing, you know, I quite like. Something's about speed and precision.
Sort of pre-2008 era, perhaps. And it was about point scoring. So, good first round from Ben Whittaker. Lewis Richardson by no means out of it. How did you see those first few minutes?
I like what we're seeing from Whittaker. There's class acting there. Pretty composed as well.
Just level of maturity for someone of 18 years of age to be boxing at this level. And showing the sort of ring craft that he is. It just makes you wonder what we will see when this young man turns into the full-blown package at sort of 22, 23 years of age. He really could be something.
Given he's so tall, presumably as he gets a bit older, he'll fill out as well. So we could see him moving up even higher, even higher in weight. And then some more power might come with it. But he's been moving well around Richardson.
You see Whittaker there just pouring away that lead jab of Richardson as he comes in.
It's been for Whittaker. He's got a long reach and fast hands too.
A nightmare combination. It's patient from both boxers in the early part of this second round. Another nice combination from Whittaker. Again, both men really wanting to counterpunch and wanting to wait for their opponent to throw first. And that was good from Richardson. Just drew the lead right hand and then countered with the left backhand of his own. And it is still relatively cagey stuff from both of these men. You sense a lot of respect in there between the pair.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that was better from Whittaker, just led with the right. Checked to him this morning, and he said he had a relatively easy semi-final. He was pretty much going through the motions, and so he certainly saved plenty in the tank and was fresh and ready to go this morning. As you mentioned, the same can be said for all of the competitors this afternoon. Some had grueling semi-finals, and all have had long waits for weigh-ins and waiting to compete. So, not been a luxury that everyone's had to enjoy, but Whittaker class has gotten through the early rounds, and hopefully we see the best of him. Richardson a little bit careless there, just lunging in.
Yeah, that Whittaker just to take a step back, let Richardson miss, and Whittaker try to counter.
That was a nice counter jab from Whittaker. Plenty of support for Lewis Richardson, and he's caught a solid right hand there as he spins round. Whittaker just thumps him on the lower back, and the referee will just say no more of that.
Yeah, he needs to be careful with things like that. You don't want indiscipline to undo your good work.
Well, it's a sort of contest that almost needs a few rounds to develop. Quite would like to watch it over 7 or 8, really. Unfortunately, we won't get the luxury.
Yeah, each just been taking their time, looking for the shots they need, holding out the lead hands, just trying to, win a mini battle of the jabs within the wider contest.
Well, Ben Whittaker looking calm and composed on a Oxford University scholarship. 18 years of age, so he'll be off there.
Well, the Oxford University Amateur Boxing Club sort of sponsor him, help him out with his travel up to the English Institute of Sport, where he trains with the England development squad. Gets to use the exact same facilities that the elite GB boxers will use.
I suppose to train in that sort of company as well will do him absolutely no end of good over the next couple of years. So still a round to go between these two. And Lewis Richardson has got ideas of his own to spoil the party. He steps forward. Remember that right hand lead. That was a sharp right hand lead from Whittaker. And again, it's back to that patient conundrum. Who will throw first? Who will commit? Again, a sharp right hand lead from Whittaker. Don't underestimate how difficult it is to land with a right hand lead. Perhaps slightly easier against the southpaw due to the stance and the angle of the body, but nonetheless it takes confidence, precision and great hand speed to throw and land that lead right. Whittaker has done on several occasions. Just slips away from a 1-2 from Lewis Richardson and then goes to work on the inside as they lock up. The referee warns Lewis Richardson just for the last time to stop holding, so one more infringement could see a point deduction.
And that's one thing, if you're in a clinch like that, at least the boxer who's swinging punches not going to be landing or doing anything, but they're showing to the referee that he's not the one holding. They're meant to signal that he's the one who's trying to fight. Equally, you don't want to hit someone on the back when they've spun around.
A nice Long right hand again to the body that time from Whittaker. And it's not been a destructive bout, it's not been a particularly high tempo. It's been exemplary in the levels of skill. I think that right hand was a bit low from Whittaker, and rightly Lewis Richardson protests to the referee, but I'm sure that was entirely deliberate. Such as the darting motion which these guys are moving in and out of the pocket. And that was nice from Whittaker. Richardson responded.
Just getting a bit wild now, Richardson. Starting to miss more.
The way Whittaker's able to sort of sharply land, pull the head back and then land a shot in response is takes timing a bit beyond his years, to be honest, and it's impressive stuff. Richardson lands a nice shot there.
And Richardson looks tall himself, so maybe he's not used to coming up against a boxer at middleweight who's even taller than he is. Whittaker picked him up on his shoulder there. Referee.
So the referee is now sending the boxers to the neutral corner. He's going over to Lewis Richardson, who's got a nick under the left eye, I think. Yes, he has. Too deep, it looks like, although they have called up the ringside physician who will just assess this. Of course, we spoke earlier, the one place you do want to have a cut is below the eye, because of course the blood can only run down the cheek. It might not taste great, but ultimately it's not going to impede your vision, and that's the key to being able to continue in a bout. But the doctor had a look at it from a distance and said no need to deliberate, and they continue now. Whittaker gets back to boxing. He's now on the back foot, again leading with that right hand, bringing Richardson on to some shots. And good footwork from him as well. Better from Whittaker, starting to up the ante now, landing a few more shots. Nice mutual respect shown between the two boxers. We'll go over to their opposite corners.
Yeah, it was like I was just sitting here on my own.
tell him mention about moustache?
I did, but I won't. Bearing in mind what's here, I won't repeat what he calls you yet.
Yeah, look at that. That looks like the moustache that goes. Oi, you know that Jumbo. You know that moustache that goes always wear? It's a bit like that, wasn't it?
Easy, don't worry about it. You fucking wild.
I don't have to draw him over. He does it himself. Doesn't it though? That looks like that moustache. It was big like that. It was big, hairy one. That is fun. Okay. Yeah, I've got to take. So can you take me a picture of that, please?
Sort of impose it, superimpose it on a...
Take that over there, and then I'll send it to in a picture, and I'll keep sending it to Jumbo every day. No, honestly, take me a picture of that moustache.
I'll do that.
Yeah.
I'll do that for you now.
Thank you. Can I do it from here? Set it up, and I'll do it from here. I'm not on camera yet, I don't think. Do it Is that on picture?
That's on video now.
Go on then, do it. It looks good from up here, that's the thing.
Transplant that.
No, I've got to check these, mate.
Oh, okay.
As long as it looks good, that'll do.
Yeah, I'll crop it for you.
Thanks, Charlie. Well, 3 bouts remain here, ring 8. This one, the senior B class, 75 kilo middleweight category. Ashley Bailey-Demetz from Fitzroy Lodge, white vest, black shorts and the red gloves. And Khan Hawes in the yellow vest from Hoddesdon. This one, 3 2-minute rounds.
And Demetz caught Hawes with a big right already, but the Hoddesdon boxer just swung back. Plants a decent right of his own, straight down the middle.
Terrific 3 or 4 days of action. We have seen absolutely everything you can see in the sport. And, all different styles, men and women, elite amateurs and novices as well. And it's giving us a really good overview of the quality and depth of talent that there is in British amateur boxing.
Well, that's the thing, it's called amateur boxing, but it's not like Sunday League football. There are actually some really skillful, talented athletes in these clubs, and these are the boxers who, when they get a bit more experience, you never know how far up the ranks they'll go.
It was a nice lead jab from Bailey Demetz, and he landed a right off the back of it, and Khan Hawes is still hunting him down. Work on the inside, but coming off the gloves of the Fitzroy Lodge man. It was interesting, just dropped the hands, turned, switch hitting, and throws a lead right jab there. But he has been caught in the process, a little bit too flash, and
It's good aggression from Hawks, really. When he's caught, he responds by just throwing a volley of punches.
he was just caught in the process of switching there, Bailey Demetz, and something that is seen as being a bit of a problem if you do switch it whilst walking forwards, because of course you start with one shoulder facing forwards, and as you turn to have the other shoulder facing forwards, you offer a square target for the opposition to throw and potentially land. That's what we saw with actually Bailey Demetz there as he switched. Khan just caught him with a decent shot, just wobbled him back onto his heels, and just getting some advice from his corner man there.
It's Mark Reigate in Bailey Demetz's corner. Now one of the main trainers at the famous Fitzroy Lodge Amateur Boxing Club in Lambeth.
So Lodge produced one David Hay, who's rumoured to be making a big comeback, although rumours have been circulating for rather a long time, almost since about November, December last year, but still no sign of him.
No. No, he hasn't really been spotted. But there's so much more to the Lodge than just that. It was for so many years run by the legendary coach Mick Carney, who was such tremendous influence on all the young boxers who came to his gym. He really did so much for the sport and the people around him. He's still very much missed.
It was a terrific documentary and a real tribute to Carney, done by Ed Robinson at Sky, and it was an excellent watch and well recommended. The Lodge boys, but goodness me, Bailey Demetz copped a solid right hand from Khan Hawes. He was on the ropes, but he's taken it well and back to boxing. Hawes now starts to unload, but Bailey Demetz responds, and it's turning into a heated contest, and Hawes seems to have a good chin on him because he's been landed on 2 or 3 times. Seems to bite down and go again.
To be fair to Demetz, he's pretty solid too. He's caught some shots flush and just gets more annoyed at himself than hurt. He strings together a good combination there.
Well, toe-to-toe stuff this, neither man really wanting to take a back step. Bailey Demetz is backing up onto the ropes, maybe just trying to draw Khan Hawes onto some shots. He does so nicely there. And both men finish the round swinging, and they give each other a smile, as if to say, mutual appreciation more than anything. Bit of blood from the nose of Khan Hawes there. So
I think they were just caught up in the action there, didn't hear the bell, both
were
going for it.
Well, given the volume of punches and the number that have been thrown over these first 2 rounds, looking at Ashley Bailey Demetz in the red corner, he's got a very calm demeanour about him. It's the B-class category, he's not the most experienced at this weight. And you see Khan Hawes from Hoddesdon, there's Ashley Bailey Demetz.
And Hoddesdon, the club, have come to this tournament with a strong squad, a lot of good boxers. You've got Jordan Reynolds coming up later, and you'll see in 2 bouts' time. At Hoddesdon, you also have Alfie Price, a light welterweight. He's done well in the national championships. It'll be interesting to see which club wins the team of the tournament. Last year it was Berkeley, an outstanding club that went on to really shine at this year's nationals.
Oh goodness me, where they left off at the end of the second round, they've straight back to the same pattern, just throwing just hands down, just relentless pace right in front of each other. It was hard. All the shots that had landed, neither man looks particularly hurt or particularly sapped of energy. It's quite something.
We were saying how much we like the classy technical boxing we saw in the last bout, but it's also good to see two boxers just drop their hands and let punches fly.
I suppose a nice visual indication of just how important the gold medal and the prestige of this tournament win is to both men. But they are willing to just put it all on the line. Nothing left to chance. Just a stiff jab from Bailey Demetz, then a right hand as he leans out of the way of the lead right hand of Khan Hawes.
Two straight to the chin there, but he took him. So now they're both forgetting about defence, more just about outlanding each other.
And Hawes just marauds forward, just leaning on the chest of Ashley Bailey Demetz. The referee separates them.
Is Demetz tiring?
Understandably so at this stage.
And sometimes it's the punches you miss as they hit empty air that really just drain the energy out of you.
A terrific encounter, and plenty of respect between the two men in the Fitzroy Lodge. It's just big smiles on their faces. And they feel perhaps that their boxer has done enough. Oh, we would never do such a thing. And as you say, Charlie, 30 left. I think now we're looking at 8 left. Not even that, 4 left now. Just 2 bouts to go in ring A. And looking behind me, I don't think any of the other rings have got any activity going on. So we really are at the business end of proceedings here at the Haringey Box Cup. 390 odd down to 4. And in front of us, Senior A, 56 kilo bantamweight between Nathan Gray from Woking in the red corner, Jack Brooker from Northolt in the blue.
Can't believe there are only 2 bouts left.
I know.
We've only been here 3 days.
As tired as the boxers. Now Brooker, tall, rangy southpaw, holding the centre of the ring in the blue. Nathan Gray, Great Britain flag on his shorts.
These are Class A 56 kilo boxers, bantamweight. A very strong division in this country. Current England Boxing Elite champion is Callum French from Birtley. Got decision over Liverpool's Peter McGrail in this year's final. Peter McGrail is very much one to watch for the future as well. Done well in international tournaments. He's already been touted as a Tokyo 2020 candidate.
Seems a long way away now, but 2 or 3 years ago Rio seemed a long way away, and all of a sudden it's on everybody's lips once again. And it just showed you how quickly those cycles do progress, and these young men will certainly have their eye on the latter of Tokyo and even beyond. So far, good start from Brooker, working behind that long southpaw jab. Nathan Gray trying to work himself inside the pocket. Well, I say there's been a lot of boxers patiently waiting and eager to get in the ring, and when you find out you're going to be the penultimate bout of the afternoon of a number of contestants that we have had, you must think you've drawn the short straw. A real testament to these young men, John, that the amount of waiting and weighing in, late nights and early mornings that they've had over the last 3 days, as well as competing, that the standard has been as high as it has, and as we said, it's good preparation for those international competitions in the future, and testament to the quality that we have seen this weekend.
Yeah, it is very tough, very draining boxing day after day, but we've seen plenty of energy here, which is a good sign. Obviously you tend to think professional boxing is the tougher, it's boxed over a longer distance, but a tournament, you know, like the World Championships, like the Olympics, you know, you can have, you know, in the world you can have five bouts, maybe possibly more, depending on the draw, depending on the number of entries. You know, that's a lot of rounds, each, you know, on a different day, not that long to recover, and that, you're fighting the best, you're boxing the best in the world in those major competitions, and then you're having to deal with different styles changing. So tournament boxing, you know, it's known as the amateur game, but it's a serious business.
And one only for the most professional, I suppose, in that sense of the word. And round 2 sounds, and both men rushing to centre ring. Nice double jab from Brooker. Just landed the second. Nathan Gray a little bit short with that jab. He's
just trying to reach to get him, isn't he? And not quite being able to catch up with him. That's the value of having good judgment of distance.
And Jack Brooker just controlling the early stages of this second round.
He's able to land a hook there whilst moving back at the same time.
It's not an easy skill. He's done it there, but the success for Nathan Gray with that lead left hook.
Every now and again, Gray cracks him. With a hard shot.
His hands of Jack Brooker very low indeed as well. So using those reflexes, timing those counters well, just bring that head out of range. Not much else to protect the head, apart from his reflexes.
Well, maybe Brooke has been watching Ali Straw too much.
Maybe he has. Oh, it's terrific. A little 1-2 uppercut combination to the body, and then a short, sharp shot to the head from Jack Brooker. That's eye-catching stuff for the judges ringside. Brooker's corner urging him forwards, urging to use that size and strength advantage to try and bully his man backwards. Nathan Gray has just turned the second half of this round. Just muddied the waters a little bit for the judges, and a difficult one to score. That was a nice jab from Brooker. The more he can land those long range shots, the easier it will be for him to convince the judges that he's the one in control. But all the while it goes from mid-range to short and then on the inside. Just of anyone's contest when it's boxed at that distance. So prerogative really on Brooker to keep this long, keep the jab pumping out.
So you can't always get away with having your hands loose and low. And just started to see Brooker leaking some shots through.
Oh, competitive as always. He's reached this bantamweight final round approaches. And John, big final contest to look forward to. Jordan Thompson and Jordan Reynolds, both men impressed in the semi-finals.
They did. Jordan Thompson from Jewellery Quarter looks a skillful boxer. Reynolds is too, and Reynolds had a really high work rate and exciting style. So it could be an interesting clash of styles in the end.
Before we get back down to business there, we've got a little bit more work to be settled between these two men, and you just feel the tempo's going to go up a notch. Nathan Gray perhaps knows he's got to press the fight in the red vest, and he's come out strong. Jack Brooker probably marginally in front in this one.
It does seem like when Gray sort of rushes forward to attack, he's rushing forward with both hands low. I guess he's wanting to throw as many punches as he can. Those mistakes, I think Brooker needs to just lead off first and take advantage of them.
And again, Brooker's corner urging him to stay busy. It's a nice combination, right hand lead, then a left hook off the back of it. Nathan Gray momentarily backed up, and a bit more success for Brooker. And Gray just willing himself forwards, almost against his instinct now. He's looking a little bit more tired as we head to the midpoint of this third and final round. Brooker starts to unload to the body, and perhaps the corner sense that Gray is getting tired, the energy sapping from the legs of the man in the red corner. Just locks up, try and give himself 10 or 15 seconds of a breather. Better from Brooker. Those combinations starting to come together very nicely, and the power beginning to drain away from the shots of Nathan Gray. Oh, terrific 1-2 sharp combination straight through the chin of Gray. Took them well, but he's looking more and more weary as this bout progresses. Brooker still looking sharp, picking his shots. Is the tide turning, do you think, John?
Certainly tearing into one another. Hard to say if Gray's really making the breakthrough he needs. Brooker maybe looking more ragged, but I'm not sure if he's wilting.
It's a nice lead uppercut from Gray. Brooker responded with a left hand of his own.
That was good, just took the hit and struck back himself straight away.
Oh, that was nice. Lead uppercut, followed by the hook from Brooker. The eye-catching work surely has come from the man in blue in this final round, but Nathan Gray won't go quietly.
Real urgency from Gray, isn't there?
Well, I suppose there has to be now. It's all on the line. Well, both men raise their hands and touch gloves in mutual appreciation.
do you need to get them checked?
Well, here we are. The final bout of the Haringey 2015 Box Cup Finals. We've saved potentially the best until last, and you hear the crowd, the noise level's gone up, everybody stayed for this one. Nothing quite like a grudge match or a grudge rematch in boxing, John.
No, absolutely. Reynolds, he's staring right at him, looks focused.
Reynolds has got the beating of Thompson. One in their only meeting last time around, and just wonder how much that will weigh on the mind of Thompson in the red corner. Thompson boxing out of Jewellery Quarter. Jordan Reynolds from Hoddesdon. Jordan Thompson looked terrific in qualifying for the final yesterday afternoon. And he had a rather static and much smaller opposite man, and was just ultimately wearing him down like a human punch bag by the end. And we sort of anticipated that this would be rather a more tactical, slightly tougher affair.
Yep, Jordan Thompson should have a trickier style for Reynolds. Tall southpaw, using his jab. Reynolds brings in nice uppercut left hook combination.
Well, he started well, Jordan Thompson. There's a lead right hook.
Thompson's blocking those on his gloves. But Reynolds had been cleverly throwing his right high, then repeating a jab, but sending the right down to the body, and that's a heavy shot. Thompson takes it.
Slamming in that left hook to the body. Thompson took it well. Reynolds will be looking to lead with that right hand. If he can get Thompson static enough to do so. There's the right hand. Doubles it up that time. Thompson trying to manoeuvre himself into position. Reynolds not going to let him off the hook. Pins him into the corner. Bangs that left hook into the body off the back of a combination. Just both men wrestling with their lead hands. Or backhand rather. It's good pinpoint accuracy from Jordan Reynolds.
And that right hook from Thompson we saw earlier, probably more of a slap. You meant to land your shots with the knuckle part of the glove.
And the sound of those punches snapping, but it's snapping some of those off the glove. There's a key example. And Thompson lands a nice right hook lead to the body, and then a short right hook off the back of it. Reynolds responds with some nice, short, sharp uppercuts on the inside. A little flurry there. A good variety of work from both boxers, and now it's Reynolds who decides to turn southpaw. Back to orthodox now as the bell for the end of the first round goes. They just give each other a nod of acknowledgement as they head back to that corner. How did you see that one, John?
I like the look of what Reynolds was doing. You know, Thompson, he's taller, longer. He was throwing a few nice straight shots, but what Reynolds was doing well was bringing his punches up underneath him as uppercuts. And those sort of left hooks he angles up at a 45 degrees, digging them into Thompson's side. They'll slow him down. They might have an effect later. And Reynolds has been the one who's thrown to the body as well.
And there is Jordan Reynolds. Psychologically, how important is it to know that you've had the beating of an opposite man before?
It is. You know, it'll prey on the mind of the person who lost the first one. It's a sign that Reynolds already knows how to win. The only flip side is, if you take someone lightly and they've had the chance to have a look at you and learn from their mistakes, you can turn it around.
There was a slip from Thompson. Just the left foot gave way underneath him, and that just gave Reynolds the opportunity to capitalise, move in behind the jab and unload with a flurry. Capitalising on every single opportunity. So important this particular bout for both men, both personally and in terms of the tournament prestige that it offers. You've seen how many of the names. You just see the referee there, a beady-eyed referee to notice it. The front foot of Reynolds was just treading on the front foot of Thompson. It looked to be deliberate as well. The referee spotted it, as you said.
I mean, that does often happen when you've got an orthodox boxer against a southpaw. Southpaw, untypically has his right foot in front. Well, I mean, untypically for boxers, that is. And so the two legs can tangle. Of course, if you're clever, every now and again you can just tread on their toe, pin them there. I seem to recall Juan Marquez every now and again doing that to Pacquiao.
That's one way to slow him down, probably the only way to slow him down, really. Solid work from Reynolds. Moves in, works to the body, gets out of range again. Good response from Thompson. Heating up nicely this. Into the latter part of the second round. Thompson leans in with that long left hand, misses. Both back to the centre of the ring.
Thompson uses that lead jab just to worry at Reynolds. Was stopping him coming in, but now Reynolds has got through, got into the inside. Not been able to connect too much with that attack.
Nice lead jab from Jordan Thompson. Makes Reynolds miss there, and then the two just clinch. Oh, that was good from Reynolds though. Just managed to back his man up onto the ropes, unload with a flurry. Now bangs that right hand in. Most of it come off the shoulder. Now, not a great deal between them. You see why there is a rivalry. Very evenly matched and stylistically, as well as the levels in there. And well, John, one round to go. How are you seeing this one?
You know, it was close that second round. Reynolds might have edged it just on work rate alone, but there were flashes of quality from Thompson, so neither can go into the last round confident that they're ahead, I would say. So both going to have to make sure of things.
See Jordan Reynolds there in the blue corner, and that's Thompson on your screen. Don't be confused by the red shorts worn by Reynolds. He is in the blue corner. It's the gloves you're looking for. So Thompson, the red gloves, Reynolds with the blue gloves. Final round, this 3-round encounter, and final round of the Haringey Box Cup 20 15. Nice combination from Reynolds, backing Thompson into the corner, but Thompson covers up well, moves off to his right-hand side. Comes up with a combination of his own. He's boxing really well with his back to the ropes. And Reynolds continues to put relentless pressure on him. So they're leaning on each other. It's not a great deal of holding. It's good work on the inside.
They're both trying to fight their way out of that clinch.
And that was nice, feint with the lead right hand, then put the left on the back of it from Thompson. Straight to the body.
Shot just whistled over when Reynolds' head there. Reynolds drills in those little shots. They're light, but he was the one working there. And he pushes Thompson back towards the ropes. He hasn't managed to trap him in the corner.
And it's the accumulation and the volume of those shots rather than the individual ones landed themselves that do the damage and just suck the air out of the lungs, slow the legs down. That's what Reynolds is aiming for. Thompson still looks pretty fleet of foot. And that was a nice lead jab to the body from Jordan Thompson. And now Reynolds has caught him there with a nice left hook. It's another good combination from Thompson. Real ebb and flow to this final encounter. Not a great deal to pick between these two at all. Both have had their moments. Reynolds perhaps marginally in front here, but he wouldn't like to pick him.
I just wonder if those final punches, hitting the body then the head, could they be the decisive ones that swing it Reynolds' way?
And now both heads together, teeing off. Not any long to go now in this third and final round, and both men willing to leave everything in the ring. Know that they haven't diminished their chances of a gold medal, and both swinging away to the final bell. And that's really nice to see, both embracing in the centre of the ring. Couldn't have given it any more, and I think the crowd appreciates it as well.
Absolutely, they really worked for that one. Great bout, great final round to finish the day.
Absolutely, and we'll momentarily have the decision for you. I see Jordan Thompson posturing for the camera. He believes he's got the decision. It would even it up.
Lazarus, the greatest comeback. I've come back again. Listen, are you Tottenham? I'll ring you because I've been hearing so many good things about you, Victor. But listen, we'll do a coffee or something. Don't do drinking, you know that. Okay, I'll ring you. Take care. All right, mate.